6:35. Welcome to the Finance Committee. Tonight we are addressing the town and the warrant articles. The way this meeting is going to go is that first we're going to handle cleanup business, which means minutes and anything that our group has questions on. Then we are going to discuss any new warrant articles or changes in warrant articles, which means we have 2 new warrant articles that will be presented. And if it does affect somebody else, we are going to let them speak. We are not going to have a free-for-all. We are not going to rehash everybody's budgets. And at no time, other than the department head or the person presenting or the people on the committee, are we going to be allowing the public to get involved. Naomi will be presenting warrant articles for the town. And if we have questions on the town budget, Naomi will be the one we're addressing. No offense to Chairman Hippler, but we all know that you're going to turn and look at Naomi anyway. So that's how this meeting is going to go. I appreciate everybody coming. One other thing I want to address is we are going to hear about the police contract situation. As a result, we have invited the police union constituents. I'm not sure how we rephrase this, but they are here to answer questions. And like anything else we do on the Finance Committee, we are respectful, we are polite, we can get a little warm and heated, but this is public and we must remember everybody has a right to his or her opinion, but we must be doing it with respect. So on that, first things out of the chute, we need to discuss changes to the last minutes, if any, and approval. Matt?
All right, there were a few suggestions to replace GMR with a guaranteed maximum rate, just to explain what that means. And also a description of that, which reads, this is the guaranteed upper bound of the change in health insurance costs, meaning costs will be decreasing by at least 2.7%. This was on the school district. Then also in the Ware School District notes, just changing the words technology fleets, which is kind of unclear, to installed technology base. And then Jeff, I just had his first name because I didn't know his last name. His last name is Anderson, and he is a member of the Ware School Board's Facilities Planning Committee. That's all. Was there anything else?
Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Take a vote. All in favor for accepting the minutes?
Aye.
Nays? Abstentions? Good to go. Next, Tom mentioned, before we go further, I want to make sure that everybody in this room puts their phones on mute or vibrate. I just did mine because I disturbed a meeting last night. So I know we all love them, we need them, but turn them down, please. So Tom had something he wanted to ask.
Just any members who were not at the John Stark meeting on, or was it Wednesday night, Tuesday night, whatever it was, this last week. I had some extra copies. I have one left. Is anybody here who doesn't have a copy of the handouts from that meeting? I have one here for you.
And the same thing with the Ware Public School publishing.
I'll wait for the phone to itself.
Okay. Anybody up here have any questions about anything in the past, present? Okay, then in that sense, we are now going to move forward. Keith Lacoste, I believe you have a warrant article somewhere back there.
Come here.
Yes, please. Thank you for coming.
Good evening. My name is Keith Lacasse. I live on Ridgeview Road.
Straighten your microphone. There you go. Thanks.
And I'm here representing the Ware Athletic Club tonight. I'm currently serving as their president. And we are proposing a warrant article. Do you have the language of the warrant article? I don't know the number. It's a
Page 30.
Article 24.
Yes.
So the Ware Athletic Club For those of you who don't know or aren't familiar, I'll give you just a brief overview of what we do. We serve currently children in Ware from pre-K through 8th grade in a variety of sports: baseball, softball, basketball, cheerleading. We've added field hockey, we've added lacrosse. We were approached last month to add or somehow work with an adult pickleball group that's been formed in town. So, and our numbers keep growing every year. The number of teams that we get for every season, every sport grows, and we have off-season clinics. So the club has really been growing. It's really been doing well, which is great. The problem is we're running out of places to do these great things. We have teams in baseball, for example, that may or may not get a practice alone on a baseball field once in a week. Instead, sometimes they have to share, and that's true of a lot of the sports. So what we've done is we've looked at Inison Field, and Inison Field is on Quaker Street. And I drew a little map.
Thank you.
Pretty fancy map.
He knew I didn't know where it was until yesterday.
He's an architect. so
Looks
he
like an
has
architect
the
to it.
facilities.
That's exactly right. It is an architect. I'm not a civil engineer, so that may be completely bogus as far as the ability to develop it the way that I'm showing there. The purpose of that is not to present a design of how that property could be used. More, it's presenting the scale of the property compared to the corner that's used right now and what some possibilities could happen there. Our vision for that area isn't just athletic fields, but it's we could combine some fields together to create a big open space that would be much larger than what we have near the gazebo, and you could have town events there, similar to the way that Hillsborough uses Grimes Fields. They have fields there, but it's just a big open space. There's been barbecues for political events. They've had a hot air balloon festival over there. Those are things that could happen in Ware, but we don't really have a kind of central place to have that. The 4th of July could happen in there if it were to get developed. So what we're asking for this year really is just some design. So you see something in front of you that may look like design. It really isn't. It's a brainstorm, though, that I did have with a civil engineer and worked with them on getting a fee as to what it would cost to come up with a design, rough design, enough where they could pull together actual construction pricing for future years if that were to become a possibility. But the reason we would need a design was to be able to verify whether the land what that land would support. There's contours, there's potential wetlands, there's I don't know what, because I'm not a civil engineer, I'm an architect. So the warrant article talks about a number. I met with them and came up with that number. Their number was much higher until we negotiated down what their scope would be. They wanted to come up with drone surveys and have real documents that you'd be able to go and start building with. And what I really kind of wanted to pare it down to, not to spend so much money, was to get something that we know would work and to get them to give us an estimate of what it would cost. So that's really what that is for. And the Ware Athletic Club has voted to put our own skin in the game, and so that's why you see in the warrant article that we had voted to pitch in $5,000 of our own funding in order to make this happen. We will probably be reaching out to other sports organizations in town to see if they would like to do the same, and maybe before deliberative session we can get something like that going. But that's where we are today.
Questions?
Yes.
I'm going to start at this end and go around, and then the next time we do something, we'll flip the other way. So,
Is this, would you call this a feasibility study, or do you think it's going a little further than feasibility, where they're talking about elevations and things like that? I'm just curious, like, to understand what it is now, what will it progress to at the next stage?
It is a feasibility study, but it's a little more than that because there will be some design effort involved in it, so that the vision is if this were to pass this year and we were able to hire a civil engineer to work with, their work product would be a report, and it would be a report also with an estimate, and it would have some design work in it also that a contractor could then take and use as a design build document, so they could go from there.
Perfect, thanks.
So, when the CIP was looking at, when Parks and Rec brought this forward earlier this year, you're probably familiar with that, they were also looking at East Road. Is there any reason you,
Yeah, because East Road is probably, I don't know, Benji, 20 years out?
well, possibly, but is this practical given elevation changes we're talking about?
That I couldn't tell you. That's why I would like to get a civil engineer involved to look at that. I know that this property was considered, I believe, for the middle school before it was built, and I don't remember why it wasn't built there, but I thought I remember hearing something about it not supporting the leach field required for a middle school.
That's certainly part of it because of the rock, the ledge and everything, which is,
But athletic fields are a little different than a building.
they are. Okay.
So it's basically, is it flat or what's it look like? I
No,
mean,
there's some contours to it. So I overlaid these hazy lines are contour lines.
Okay. And so it would have to be, it's all wooded, right?
It is wooded right now, yeah.
So it would have to be all be cleared.
It'd be
and-
timbered, right. Well, I think it would make sense to timber the part that would have the open fields and not timber the whole property, because my guess, my belief is the north end of that property would probably not really be feasible to develop because of the grades and because of that brook, but it might lend itself to a nice place for some walking trails
Yeah,
that could
so
get
the
carved
walking
in.
trails, I thought it was a good idea. Okay.
What's the total acreage?
I think it's 42, it says on there. No, it's more than that.
It says
Is it?
42.12.
42, okay, yeah, 42.
It's right there.
Oh, in the middle.
I overlaid the
Thank
tax
you.
map
Yep.
with a Google image, with a GIS map, and then colored on top of it.
Megan, did you have a question?
I did not have a question.
Chris?
Yes, I did, too. As we know, the middle school looked at that site. Will they give you any of their site survey data to help?
Chris, you need to be closer to a microphone so they hear your lovely voice.
Would the school district be willing to give you any of their site survey data to speed up your study at all?
I don't know, but I'm definitely going to ask for it because I didn't realize that existed.
Yeah. Oh, they had a lot of site survey that they did, or they said they had it. I hope they still do. And the other question was, it looks like you are planning to develop pretty much the whole acreage, if you do.
What I was showing was just scale.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
One of the problems that came up before was access. So would this survey include some kind of discussion of access? Because you have to get a driveway permit to come out on a state road, and the access now is the only one that they got.
So when I talked with the civil engineer, I mean, we did sit down with the map that you see there blank, and we did talk about that.
Okay.
And I remember last year, the Warren article, there was some people that live off of Quaker Street that weren't really excited about the idea of adding traffic. And I think it would, the property lends itself well to maybe getting an access directly across from the safety complex.
Yeah.
So the Quaker Street access, I think, would probably want to remain so that we could have a safety in and out for either side for emergency vehicles. But again, that's an architect's plan. I'm not an engineer.
But that would be in this study.
That would be in the study.
Thank
right.
you.
Neil? Tom?
I think when they were planning the high school, not the high school, the middle school up there, that they were looking at an access road that would be directly across from the intersection at Center Woods Road, just north of the car wash.
I don't think that land reaches there. I think that's the car wash's property.
Maybe
If you look, at least on the tax map that I found, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
car wash is there, so it's over a little.
Yes, Keith?
Can you give us an idea of what the field that they're now occupies relative to your picture? Is it just the softball field, basically?
The softball and soccer field is what we have now with a little dirt parking on either side.
Okay, so it's pretty much just this little corner of it.
It's a rectangle. It's just
Regarding,
soccer
I've been
with
up
a,
there.
It's a great field.
yeah.
regarding your drawing, I see, if I may borrow that, please. We have lots of fields, and that's all very nice. But when you have lots of fields, you have people. And where you have people, you have people's needs. Are we going to put in a septic system somewhere?
I don't know if the property would support one or not. Again, I don't.
Because when you put this kind of development in, that means children that are tiny, and that means parents. And if we're going to be looking at something like this, I would think that that would be a necessity. Pardon me?
Porta potties.
Right, but somehow it needs to be addressed.
Yeah,
Most-
that's after the fact.
Yeah, most fields that you travel to, because I travel to a lot of them, they just have porta potties.
Okay.
They don't have
Almost
built-in
all.
plumbing.
They do, but I like your idea.
I like it better. I like it better, but
No, I was gonna say that
too many soccer games.
No, go ahead.
Henniker on the old road, Old Concord Road, has quite a layout there with soccer fields and softball and so forth, and they're all just
porta potties.
Porta potties.
Yeah. I think they have more fields than what I'm even showing here.
Keith?
So if you consider just putting up all the money?
What's that?
If you consider just putting up all the money rather than having the town, since it's really just for WAC, this really isn't for any,
I would
Anything else?
disagree with that statement. It's for the whole town. WAC wouldn't own it. The town of Ware would own it. And the town of Ware would have to give WAC facilities use permission to be able to use them.
the town of Wood does own it, so that's not the question.
Right,
It's the talking about the use of it.
right. The Ware Athletic Club would have to get permission every season from the town of Ware in order to use the fields, no matter who pays for them.
Okay, that's not my question though. Would you consider raising the whole amount of money?
We did talk about it, but we can't afford to. We're a little nonprofit that are trying to support kids' athletic programs. We don't have the kind of funds to fund developments.
So sorry, Keith.
Well, I'm not talking about development, I'm talking about this project,
Right.
the $16,000.
The design, right. Yep.
Just, I'm not sure if anybody's aware of this, but there are lightly organized clubs that use the field besides WAC, and I'll give you an example for like adult pickup soccer. I actually play. WAC is kind enough to help us get us organized. It's not their event. They don't take fees for it. And there are other groups that play, and I forget the word, a certain type of frisbee of sorts, and there are different activities which use the fields. Ultimate Thank you, ultimate frisbee. So it's not just WAC that uses the fields, so I thought a lot of people may not realize that. It's important to note.
Yeah, and I think if this were to work out and we move forward as a design of developing it, if we end up working with an engineer, is having one eye toward a community field, not just athletic fields, but a place like that's why I keep pointing to Hillsborough. They use that not only for their athletic fields, but there's off seasons, there's other events that happen there. I keep citing the same one, the balloon festival, but it was pretty cool. And I think the carnival would probably fit in a little bit better over there with room to move a little bit.
I would like to ask a question. I've lived in several towns that have had different places for athletic events, and those people that used them funded the money through the businesses. They did their own fundraising. The other thing they did is, we're talking about different organizations that use this field. And in various towns around us, they charge fees for using these fields because the taxpayers are paying dearly. This is what this committee is about, finances. And putting more burden on the taxpayers to pay for keeping things up. That means we've got highway involved, we have emergency services involved, we have the police department involved. We already have multiple things going on, so we need to offset costs. Are you going to think of charging for these?
I don't disagree with the word you said, Lori.
Okay.
The Ware Athletic Club is not in a position to charge for anything. We can charge people that register for our programs, and we can go out and ask for fundraising, which we do.
Okay.
But we can't charge for use of the town of Ware's property.
So you're not looking to buy this property, you're asking the town of Ware to do this.
We already own it, the town of Ware already owns it.
Nicole?
Yes. Is there a needs assessment for use for the town to know, like, we need 6 soccer fields, not 2 more softball fields, or, do you know what I mean? Like, what is the actual need for fields?
Yeah, it's not as mathematical. It's not like there's a formula. I know we hear it from our sports directors, mostly from baseball. Tom Downing was the baseball director for a while. I don't know, Tom, how many more baseball fields could we use in town? We hear it from...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
When I was involved, I'm pretty sure we were too short, and we had to come up with an idea on how to rearrange bases for the different levels, because at some levels the kids pitched shorter to the plate, same thing with first base, and it was just plain out confusing and difficult to organize. So, yeah, that was 3 years ago, 4
Yeah.
years ago.
And we've grown since then. Soccer and field hockey happen to occupy the same time frame, so there's always, within our own organization, bumping of who can use the field and when. And I know that there's a football program in town. Ware Athletic Club doesn't, football's not one of our sports, but football exists in town, and there's one football field at Bolton Field that we tend to always fight over. So,
But wouldn't that need assessment need to be done before this would be done?
I think that could be done in conjunction with the design process, yes.
Nicole, to answer your question, for the last 4 years, we have been asked at the Finance Committee, there have been warrant articles, Naomi can back this up, for doing different things on various fields, and they have been voted down because the Finance Committee has continuously asked for a usage study for the school stuff and for things here. To date, we have not had a study done. Tom?
Well, I was just going to comment that if this facility came to be, it would no doubt be under Parks and Rec. We're wondering who has control over the fields and so forth. It would become part of the facilities under our Parks and Rec department, I would assume, because they are the Parks and Rec of the town Ware, so it would be under their control. It would be in their budget as far as the maintenance of the field and so forth. Just a comment, not a question.
Neil?
There was a request made of the capital improvements program for $19,000 for last year to do the kind of study that you're talking about. As I recall, that was not approved in the budget
Correct.
as a warrant article, but if you're interested, this is the kind of documentation that was submitted to the capital improvements plan by Parks and Rec, I believe, to do the kind of study that you're talking about. That study has not been done to our knowledge.
That's accurate. And that study included East Road and the one we're talking about here off of Inison Field. I don't know that the number on that had any real basis to it.
Go ahead.
There was, in that plan, it's an either or, and GeoLogic or some particular company has a document attached to that which talks about what they're going to do for the money, and I believe they were going to do it for one of the 2 fields, not both of the 2 fields, for the $19,000.
Okay, so the 19,000 was doing it for one field, not 2.
Correct.
It was,
If I might,
please.
Yes.
the money would pay for a feasibility study for both sites, but a design for only one.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is less for one, and then
But this is,
WAC is fronting money too.
but this is not, the request now, as I understand it from Keith, is not for a study of needs or usage, it's for design.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think last year's was for usage. I thought it was for design and feasibility of if it could happen, which is basically what Keith is saying he's doing. Because that's what I remember from last year us discussing.
Naomi, can you weigh in on that? Please. Thank you.
You're right, there was a scope of services presented from Geo Insight dated 2018. Pretty much Keith and I have had a conversation, and CIP, I've had a conversation with Parks and Rec. So we thought that the best thing to do, where they were really asking for the same type of situation, was to, she's trying to get it cool in here. The only way we can do that's open.
Oh,
All we can do that's open a window. So when Keith presented his warrant article, I talked to Parks and Rec, because it's kind of silly to put two competing articles on when we're looking for the same thing, except for one just doesn't include East Road.
right, but on the warrant article last year, do you remember what that was? Was it
It was
a...
for the same thing, because this is dated
Okay,
for 18.
Okay,
So it was the same thing. Purpose of the engineering site assessments focused on feasibility to develop the athletic fields at Einstein and East Road. Then to draft and finalize site-specific master plan for athletic fields on one site, which is exactly, so we took off East Road. So the one site right now is Einstein. He has a better price, I think a more realistic price for the one field, and there's a input from an outside source of some money. And just to back up, I know you don't like to let others fill in, but, so what happens now for facility use, there is older leagues. There's a church league, there's an adult softball, you throw your glove in the middle and you pick teams, and it's a pickup group. So it's not just focused on children, and pickleball is actually for the retired people.
what are
So,
they
I'm
doing
just
in
saying-
pickleball?
Well, that's another tour.
Yeah.
So, so that's, so they get together in March, all of the groups that want to use the field, they get together collectively with Parks and Rec, work out a schedule as to who's using what fields at what times. So it is a joint effort as best we can, and then the pickup groups will go by on a Sunday, see nobody using it, might use the field. So.
Does Parks and Rec charge fees?
No. Why would we?
Because
Pay it in
you'd
your
want,
tax dollar.
you'd
So why
want to
not use the
recoup
field?
back to the
We
tax
don't-
dollars.
We don't go to the playground and charge fees. Playground's down there.
Ooh. There's an
I
idea.
mean, we've developed this for the community to use. The community pays the maintenance and everything else to it, so why not use it? You know?
Is there new leadership for the Parks and Rec department?
There's a new director
Okay.
that started December 1st. There's a chairman that's leaving after next meeting, so I'm not sure what all that's gonna do.
I'm just wondering if this is why there's been a breakdown in the process to get the information
I'm
that
sure.
was
I mean,
requested
I think
in
the best thing
past.
is to have a little bit of both worlds. When my kids were little, which is a long time ago, not gonna tell you how long ago, but that's how Bolton Field became. I'm not gonna give you a history lesson, but it was my brother-in-law that donated to the community, and that's how we built Bolton Field. It's after my father-in-law. But, I mean, there's a lot of things
No.
that you just have to work together. Yeah, that's blowing hot air. Jesus. Not standing there. I'm getting off hot air anywhere.
You want us to open a window?
So I just think there's a lot of,
If you get
there's,
cold, you tell us.
you know, and the kids deserve to play. I don't know. My kids deserve to play. I just think that's, what else are you gonna do with them? Chris can have them all if you don't let them play somewhere.
Neil
Yeah,
Kirk?
basically.
That's what they're gonna do.
The question was whether or not there had been a needs study.
So,
This is not a needs study, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
and
But
just,
any study takes money, and let me just back up, because we hear it all the time about the DPW garage, and if you remember, Keith was there, we tried to put money together for a study to
Now-
put it out.
No. I asked you very specific questions, and I need you to stay on topic, please.
can I just wanted to say that last year's article, I'm actually going to read it just so that we can get it out there, that last year did not have to do with a study about what the actual usage needs were. It was, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $19,000 for the purpose of having an architectural engineering survey done on the property on Quaker Street and East Road for future recreational fields expansion capabilities. And then the cost estimate that Neil just gave us, it talks about recreation-focused feasibility analysis, draft site specifics, final site specifics, and then implementation plan. It does not say anything about doing a plan on what our actual needs are. I can tell you as a parent of athletes, there's needs. I just want to clarify that it's not different, it's just more honed down
Neil?
to one.
So are you saying that last year we were going to get a study of feasibility of using 2 fields for $19,000, and this proposal is for 1 field for $16,000?
No, I think that they were going to determine which of the 2 fields was better and then do a master plan for it.
For that 1 field?
Correct. And for this, we're honing it more down. And I don't think this was going to be as detailed as this is.
Go ahead, Tom.
No, last year, and I know I'm repeating myself, but it was specifically a feasibility study of 2 sites, the East Road site and the site on Quaker Street. And then following that, it was a design project for one of the 2 sites, whichever was most feasible, which obviously wouldn't have been East Road, since we're talking about an active gravel pit there. But that's what the article was. And so they are here doing the feasibility study on the Quaker Street site and the design. So it wouldn't really be a 50% of what was proposed last year, because they're still doing the total design piece plus the feasibility study, but only on one site. I think a feasibility study on East Road would have taken about 15 minutes, because, I mean, it's an impossible site right now.
Okay, so now we're going to address strictly the warrant article that Keith has presented. We are not deliberating on that warrant article right now. We will do that later in the meeting. If there are no more questions to understand this warrant article, we will move on to the next warrant article. We all good here?
Good.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Keith.
Thank you, Keith.
Appreciate the time.
Okay.
You want your map, or we keeping it?
I believe there's
Okay.
another warrant article to be presented. Who's ever got that needs to be up at the podium, please. Before you present your warrant article, I neglected to have the entire board introduce themselves. So Keith, will you please lead off?
Keith Earth.
Tom Downing?
James Drury.
Lori Davis.
Tom Clow.
Tammy Hagman.
Gary Evans?
Nicole Herbst.
Matt Whitlock.
Megan Thelen.
Chris Haig.
Neil Kerr.
Dennis?
Dennis Aubin.
Okay. Dennis, you have the floor, please.
Hi, good evening. I drafted a warrant article by petition. It's in reference to the special revenue fund for the fire department. And I'd like to read it first, and then I'll give a little background behind it.
Are we looking at Article 23?
Number 23, correct.
Actually,
Thank you.
can we just wait till everybody gets a copy? We'll send it a copy
Sure.
around.
Okay. Take one and pass the rest down, please.
It's like school.
Is it different than the one that's in the book?
That is just supporting documentation as to where I came up with the, it's, one of them is an actuary for the next 10 years.
You got a ways to go.
And the supporting motive relative to the warrant article.
Is everybody armed with the necessary reading documentation? Okay.
All right, so in Article 23, which is in your book, I'll read it, and then I'll explain what's in front of you. So, It says, shall the town adopt the proposed changes to the fire department special revenue fund? Beginning in fiscal year 2020, contributions to the fund from the revenue generated by fire department billable services will be capped at $125,000. An annual increase of 2% from the previous year's maximum contributions will be established starting in fiscal year 2021. Any revenue generated less service and billing fees above the cap contribution to the fund shall be deposited to the general fund. Okay. So essentially, what I did is you can see on that form that has the actuaries on it. I took what the fire department had submitted to the CIP for their 10-year projections of funds that they're going to need for various expenditures, i.e. Fire truck, ambulance, tanker truck, another pickup truck, and a cardiac monitor. And that's what the fire department had submitted to the CIP. So I looked at that, and then I looked at how much they'll need over those essential next 10 years. And I looked at the costs associated with that, and then I came up with this figure of establishing this amount with of $125,000 in the first year, and a 2% increase to keep up with essentially inflation and what have you. So in there, it shows that we meet all the needs of what his requests are, i.e. the fire department, shall we say, over the next 10 years, and that any funds that are generated above that amount would go back to the general fund for taxpayer relief. And essentially, that's how I generated all the data. And I felt as though the fund that, and this, I'm not sure if everybody understands the fire department, the special revenue fund, how it's funded. It's actually funded through billable services, i.e. if you use an ambulance, they provide medical services and support and transport. You as a patient would be billed for that. Those funds go back to the special revenue fund, and they go in to that fund so that even though the fire department can't spend any money out of that without permission by the town through a warrant article, the fund was created essentially so that we didn't have to worry about coming up with, $450,000 for a fire truck at any one given point and through taxation. And which I am not opposed to that. I think the plan is great in that sense. My concern was that the fund itself, or the fire department itself, in that it's generating more than what's needed, based on what their 10-year projection is, and that even though that fund is funding equipment, all of the personnel is paid out of a budget line item through the general fund. So by taking the excess money and returning it back to the taxpayer, it'll help offset those costs that we have with fire personnel, as well as other items.
I'd like to ask a question.
Okay.
So what you're saying is people, whether they're from town or not, who utilize this service should now be paying for somebody out of Guilford gets hurt here and they need the ambulance. They should now have to pay for part of this town's expenses besides the ambulance? Is that what you're saying? Because you want to take money from this fund and put it into the town? That's what you're telling me, correct?
No.
Okay, if you're taking money from this fund, where are you applying it to?
Back to the general fund to help
That
offset the cost.
would be this town, correct?
Yes.
So somebody out of town is now funding this town, correct? The whole town as opposed to the service that they just used. I just want to make sure I understand that.
Okay, yes.
Okay,
And yes.
that's what I needed to know.
Town of Ware funding so that they can get the services they
It's
need.
the same money.
Yeah, it's all the same money, it's just another way of saying it.
Neil's politely got his hand up.
And it-
Go ahead, Neil.
it can quite honestly be the same, I guess you could say the same thing about Chase Park. When someone comes from out of town and they spend the money on, for the use of the boat ramp, I mean, they're paying the town for that. I mean, it's a service that is paying. So I don't think, whether it's in town or not, and I'm not sure.
We're
that-
incurring costs for the people, for the fire department that takes care of those people that are injured. It's a town cost.
Right.
So they're paying to put money back in for a cost that we've incurred.
Right.
Now, granted, it's not equal, however, that's what we're saying.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Sure.
Neil?
Dennis, could you tell us roughly how much the fund brings in each year?
Okay, so that changes. It's based on usage, essentially. I know last year it was somewhere around 165,000. This year, I believe it's 174 is what was stated in the last, 179, I apologize.
Excuse me.
Nice.
If we're going to discuss, the directions come to me,
Yeah.
and if I need clarification, I will go to
Sure.
either the department head or Naomi. I do not want to get confused as to the audience to us, otherwise.
Okay, I
it-
apologize.
It gets
Yeah,
confused.
fine.
Yes, Neil?
So, basically, if this were to go into effect, of the fees that are collected for ambulance services, and I think it's largely for that,
Yes.
40 or 50,000 would go back and be seen as a revenue item on the town's revenues, and therefore reducing taxes by $50,000. Is that the concept?
That is correct.
Further
Yeah.
question, Madam Chairman?
Yes. Did you have something?
When a little bit of history, a number of years ago, we started to put in part-time people to do ambulance services. And we paid for that by the fees that were collected. And then the fire department wanted to change that, and so we started paying, as we do now, for the ambulance people, the EMTs and so forth, out of tax dollars. And instead of all the revenue that was generated by them, by providing services, whether it's to somebody from out of town or somebody in town, we were paying for the fire folks who generated this revenue. That revenue was placed in this, what we call a dedicated fund. So the town taxpayers were paying, and this is what's happening now, we're paying for the personnel costs. But the revenue generated by those people is being set aside for fire department capital equipment. And this is the question, Dennis, so what you're saying is the revenue has gotten to be much greater than the capital needs, and therefore, let's try to put only enough money into the fund to cover the capital needs over time, and the rest of the money should go back to the taxpayers who are footing the bill for the personnel who are providing the services that raise the revenue.
That is correct. And one of the driving factors of that is the fire chief has submitted a plan last year, was his first year of what he tends to be a 4-year plan of going to a full-time fire department. And the first two last year passed overwhelmingly, if you know, in the voting. So it was clear that the community is on board with going to a full-time fire department. But in having that, that's also going to create a larger expense. But it also will probably create a larger revenue stream, because in past years, as stated, or as stated by the chief in previous meetings publicly, was that there was times where we had to use other towns because we didn't have personnel to come and drive the ambulance and provide medical services. And the fact that we're going to be moving to a full-time fire department, I'm assuming, we will not have to use other town departments. So that revenue will come into us and will be created even more. And we'll be able to do mutual aid to other communities, which the chief has stated this year has happened with just the first two and some changes to the structure of his personnel, i.e. the per diems or however he
Tom?
do that. So,
Petition article, I believe, requires 25
correct.
signatures. Which other members of the Finance Committee signed the petition?
That's a
I did.
that's a public document. You're welcome to.
Right,
read.
I
Well, that's
I-
what
I-
we're asking.
So Neil signed it and Matt signed it. Anyone else on the Finance Committee signed off on that?
I do, but I have a question.
Well, I want to see, do you have anything else you want to ask?
Not right now. I think that, we should know where the article is coming from and you're.
I will
the
recuse
applicant.
myself during the vote.
But,
Absolutely.
it involved other members of the committee as well. I think that the committee should know that.
Yeah.
And that will be a question, when we do deliberate and talk about this, the other question will be, if we have people signing on it, do they need to be recused or not? I do not know, but it is something we, as a committee, need to
I think we
talk
need to ask
about.
Eileen that.
What did you say?
I think we need to ask Eileen that, our moderator.
No, that's
With
not
all
the
due respect,
moderator's
we make
job.
our rules,
We
not-
make our own rules. This is committee rules itself. The only time the moderator gets involved is if we have a legal issue, and this is not a legal issue, this is a policy issue.
The moderator only has 3 responsibilities, and none others: to appoint members, to appoint people who resign, and if the committee decides that a member isn't attending and wants to have that person removed, the moderator can remove that. Other than that, the moderator has no authority or responsibility over this committee.
And after that, we're not going to discuss any more about what the town moderator does at this meeting. Chris, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if anybody can answer this question, really. These projections assume an ascending revenue curve. And I heard it said that we just went down a little bit this year in the number of build rescues that we had. I know also that if we come in below the threshold that's stated for each year, then we don't send money back to the town because we didn't meet that threshold.
Right.
But I'm wondering if this would spike the tax rate if we should come up on a year when we needed some money because there was a purchase scheduled and we had not made a lot of money over a longer period of time. Let's say we are successful in reducing accidents. Would we then build the tax?
I don't think that's their job.
This doesn't have a sunset in it, so that number is going to keep going up until this article becomes moot, because it will be more than,
Did you look at the bottom line?
Okay, okay.
well, I did look at the bottom line, but that's assuming that we
But
get
you're
more
gonna get
revenue
there.
every year for that time frame. And what I'm saying is if it's a descending curve, what happens when a year comes along for a purchase?
I'm going to let you weigh in, and then we are going to, just like I would with anything else, I'm going to let the chief explain. Before you come up, Chief, I do want to, I'm concerned about how this is ascending, but where I'm more concerned, in case nobody's thought about it, when we have different trade deals going down in the United States with other countries, these tariffs and things change the cost of how you buy things. They're going to change the costs going forward, and that will play a big part in this. I can say that because I've been doing my homework with what's going on in Washington. That's part of what I do. And going forward, I would like to hear, I hear what you're saying. Are there more questions for him? Because then I'm going to let the fire chief weigh in.
So can I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So that's always going to be the case, no matter what it is. We're always going to have that.
But you're not taking that in here.
We are taking, that's what the job of the CIP committee is, And if we have trust in what they're saying, that their projections are for the next 10 years, that's what the costs are going to be relative to that.
That's not, these costs, for what you've got here for the balance of this fund
Correct.
and the costs coming forward, the CIP does not get those costs. That's up to the department head as they go through.
Right,
Just-
but it's also their responsibility, Laurie, to vet those. I mean, to review those, and if it's not legitimate, I mean, otherwise, why have a CIP committee? If they're gonna come and present to us,
Are you on the CIP committee?
no, I'm not,
Okay.
so.
I'm going to ask Naomi this question, or maybe I should ask Keith. You are on the CIP committee, correct? No?
No.
No. Okay, then I'm going to ask Naomi. CIP, I know they present to the CIP. CIP can ask, is this rational? Is it a need? Yada, yada, yada. But to the best of my knowledge, from what I have found, and please correct me, I don't think the CIP goes out and checks to see if Benji's got the correct cost for the trucks he's proposing. I'm very sure they don't do it for the police cruisers. I don't think they do it on the fire trucks. I'm very sure CIP does not go out and vet the cost for these things. Am I correct? Please come up and tell me.
Yeah, and if you'll see the plan that you all got from Jack, typically, we're focused on what we need this year. And the plan that Jack presented you gave you 6 years out, not 10 years out. At the same time, back in the old way of doing it, which I don't know why we did get away from, was putting money away every year. And now what we do is we come forward and we juggle trying to keep the curve straight for who needs what. And, you know, everything changes. You're going to see the police car number is different than last year. You know what I mean? And that changes. But, you know, we have gone
But-
from a 10-year plan,
But
putting
my
money away
specific-
so that we could do it the
Right.
same amount every year to have money there, to looking at, honestly, when they come forward with this year's needs. Where it gets placed out there may look pretty, but nobody does anything beyond the current year.
Right, but my specific question is, does CIP look
No.
at the cost of Benji's truck and then go out and make sure that this is a reasonable cost?
No, and things change too, because you never know 10 years
Okay,
from now.
that's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Go ahead.
Just follow up a little
Tom?
bit on that. It has to be an estimated cost because the town has to go out to bid. They don't go and buy a truck from a vendor that gave they have to go out to bid on it and get at least 3 bids in order to make the purchase. So that cost that comes to the CIP is the closest that the department head could come, but that isn't necessarily going to be the final cost. Hopefully it'll be lower, but you don't know.
Correct. It's not, I understand the fact of inflation, I understand the fact of those numbers, but when you look at what the bottom line is after 10 years, there's still plenty enough money. Even if you look at the numbers now and they're adding a 3% increase on equipment or what have you, we still meet the needs.
Can you tell me, because I don't know, whose figures are these on what the amount is coming in every year and how we get to the numbers on the bottom?
I'm sorry?
Well, you've got up here where you're doing the 125,
Right.
your percentage.
Yep,
I'm guessing the total fund balance, these figures,
yep.
must be coming from somewhere. I do not know where they're coming from.
So they're what the existing fund is,
Plus,
plus the yearly contributions.
but is there a percentage that you're going by or not? Keith?
Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding what he's done here.
Yes.
He is not including what they're actually bringing in. As you may have heard, they're bringing in over $170,000 this past year. So $170,000 is larger than the 2029 number, 149,000. Okay?
That actuary tape, yeah.
That top number there, he's starting with the current balance. And then
Okay.
adding in the amount that the fire department would keep. $125,000 the first year, adds in $127,500 the next year, adds in $130,000 the next year. So in other words, everything above that, we're going to the general fund. This doesn't even show what's actually coming in, which is well above these numbers. okay? So even though there's much more money coming in, this is showing what would stay in the fireman's fund. And then when you take out the bits that the chief estimated for the various components, you have the total of the fund, starting with where it is today, out to 2029.
Can I help
Yeah.
you a little bit more on that? Start off with the first number of 254,000, the balance in the fund. Okay, see that on the top line? And at the end of 2019, obviously, we come up with the same number. At the bottom line, total fund balance 254. Go to 2020. 125,000 comes in under Dennis's article. We collect 175,000, but $125,000 of that goes into the fund. $50,000 goes into the general fund.
Well,
At the end of 2020, you have $125,000 that you added at the top line, plus the balance from 2019, the bottom line, 254. 254 and 125 comes up to the 379.
Okay.
Moving over to 2021, you get another 125,500 coming into the fund. That's 125,000 plus the 2% increase.
127.5. Yeah,
127. Sorry, 127. And then you subtract from that the two items that have to be bought, the pickup truck and the cardiac monitor. So you bring in 127, you spend 125. Basically, that means the fund grows by $2,000, and you see that on the bottom line. It's gone from 379 to 381. The next year, you bring in 130,000. There are no expenses, so the fund goes up from 381 to 514. Okay? And you follow that all the way through. So what Dennis is telling us is that in the worst year, 2027, the fund will have a balance after spending that $400,000 for a tanker of $104,850. So the fund, under Dennis's formula, never runs out of money. There's always enough to buy the equipment that the fire chief wants at the prices. And your question about whether, it takes into account inflation and everything else is valid. But at the end of the day, the amount of money in the fund is sufficient to do what the fund wants. And the extra money, everything above the 125 plus the 2% growth factor, goes back to the taxpayers. So this is a way of, in effect, doing what we wanted to do when we set up the fund, making sure there was money in there to pay for these things. And yet, at the same time, when we find that there's more money going in than is necessary to pay for these things, instead of giving it to the fire department for them to come to the town and say, would you like us to buy this thing, and there's no tax impact, we're actually using it to reduce taxes over time.
Tom?
Chris's point, if I may, to Chris's point, if in fact a mistake is made or there's a change in behavior, then obviously we'll do the same thing then that we'd have to do now without any change to the fund. If in fact the fund doesn't generate enough money to cover the cost of the tanker, and we need the tanker, we're obviously going to take money out of taxpayers' pockets to pay for it. So if there's an error in this, if it doesn't work out as planned, if it's the worst case scenario, in 2027, we'd have to have an article to pay for the rest of the tanker.
That's what I thought.
So I want to make sure, you just said that if there was a problem, then we would have to go to a warrant article that could possibly prevent us from buying that tanker. We would be gambling on that tanker if something goes wrong.
That's true today, too.
If we needed one today for 500,000, we don't have enough in the fund, the same thing would have to happen.
Right, but we will have enough in the fund if we,
If business continues as usual, there will be more than enough money in the fund to take care of all of the planned expenses. If business does not continue as usual,
we're gambling.
we're gambling just as we are now.
And, okay, I just want to make sure that we now
It may
are
not necessarily be that
gambling.
we're gambling. It may be that we just have to wait another year for the tanker. It may be still usable. It still may meet all the inspections, but that might be an issue where you might need to wait an extra year.
So you're telling the taxpayers, I just want to make sure I understand, that with this, there would be the possibility of saying, hey, you have to wait, and gee, if you have an emergency and this thing is running low and slow, like we have plow trucks that are having issues, it may take a lot longer to plow your driveway, or it could be longer to get your house in a fire because we didn't provide for this.
I'm not asking anybody here tonight to vote to risk the life of anybody.
Okay.
I'm looking at it, I looked at it objectively, I think there's gonna be plenty of money and revenue in the fund, and that's what I'm here for.
Okay.
If you disagree with that, then so be it, but I'm certainly not on that. No.
Just to clarify, Dennis.
Sure.
Was this warrant article actually a joint project with yourself and the other two members of the committee?
No, it was not, no.
So you wrote this warrant article all by yourself?
Yes, I
And the
did.
same- and the same with the backup material that.
Absolutely,
Neil
every,
sold?
every single thing, yes.
First
That
time
is
I've
correct.
seen it done.
Yeah. Sure.
Question, I'm not sure if you.
Nicole first.
I'm not sure if you mentioned, where did you come up with the 125 number? What is that based on?
So that's what I did. I looked at what the projections were for what we were gonna need for equipment, and I came up with a baseline number.
No, not going forward. I mean, like, did you look at the last 10 years of revenue to?
I actually requested information for the last 3 years, and the 125 is actually lower than any of the revenue generated in this, what 2019 finish year was. And so there's actually more money than the 254 in the fund. That was as of 10/19, which is when I requested the information from the
Chris?
finance administrator.
Yeah, we're putting a lot of time into this right now.
Yeah.
Before we go crazy, does DRA have any authority over the language in petition articles?
Naomi,
I mean,
please.
we've submitted to DRA, we don't have an answer.
Okay.
We've submitted as written because we have to, but we haven't gotten an answer back from DRA.
So there is a possibility if they don't accept the language, this would not
I think it goes
show.
on regardless.
Okay.
29 people exercise their right.
So, actually, I really appreciate the explanation of the money over time, so thank you
Yep.
for doing that. I just had one comment. You may want to actually put annual contributions in there, because if you read that article, there's nothing that says, the way I'm reading it, it's capped at 125 for what? You might just want to say annual contributions.
So I
Taxpayers
did,
might put the wrong
well, I
idea,
put,
that's all.
beginning fiscal year 2020, contributions to fund to revenue will be capped at 150.
Annual.
So that's,
So-
so that's in
so-
fiscal year 2020.
So
I'm
does that
stating that
imply that
that
it's-
cap will be at
So what you're saying
150.
is that implies for all subsequent caps, because the 2% is included by this wording?
Right, so then I stated an annual increase of 2% from the previous year's maximum
So it's
contributions.
implied.
So
Thank
it is
you.
applied,
Oh.
yeah.
And a lot, that will
Tried to look at
depend
that.
on when it comes back, because implied does
I-
not necessarily mean
No, I
that's
understand what you're saying, I
accurate.
just,
Right,
I understand better now, thank you.
okay, sure.
Matt?
Two questions. One, I wonder how you wrote the formulas for this spreadsheet, because one of these columns doesn't seem to add up. If you look at the bottom of 2021, you have 381,000 about,
Yeah,
and then you add, if I'm reading this correctly, you add the 2022 amount, 130, to get 514, but that's
No.
not the sum.
okay. I'm sorry if I. did
So I didn't look at all the other numbers, but if there's an error in this, it's possible that your method of picking 125 may have been an error. My other question, which relates to that, is would you be open to offering an amendment at deliberative session to raise this cap in the article, the starting cap, if it comes to light that these expenses may not have been updated in too long? We get new numbers from the chief. We may need more money in the fund so we don't bottom it out. Maybe the cap should be higher.
Sure. I would have no problem with discussing an amendment to that. Like I said, at no point, because I really feel that the fund is a great idea, so that we don't, as the taxpayers, do not have to come up with a large portion of monies for a piece of equipment in any one given year. So that was not my intention. My intention was that any revenues that were in excess of the needed amount for equipment should come back to the taxpayers for taxpayer relief.
Tom?
So,
Do you want to hold opinions on this until later?
I wanna
Like right
hold
now, I mean,
because
I've asked all the questions I need to ask.
If we've
but I do
asked
have
all
some
the
opinions.
questions, then I want to let the chief come up because there is, if we've exhausted all the questions, then we will go to the chief to put out his information. So is everybody done asking questions of Dennis? Then Dennis may have a chair here.
Thank you.
However, Dennis, while you're here.
I will recuse myself through the event.
Thank you. Chief Facina, would you like to come up and clarify anything? Because I'm
Sorry,
tight
but I will
down
reserve
there.
my right to respond if there is an issue relative to what the chief says.
When you respond, you got to go up there and not at the table.
Just want to make Keith get up a bunch of times, actually.
Use the exercise.
Just a
Did I screw up in my?
a brief history lesson. This fund was established back in 1999, and it was established to collect the revenue from ambulance billing and hold it for the purpose of vehicle replacement is what it was originally set out for. It was modified in 2002 to allow for the expense related to the ambulance billing itself to come out of that fund, out of that revenue stream. And then in 2010, when the wheels fell off the bus here, the selectmen decided they were going to go to that per diem program where they were going to put 2 people in the fire station to respond to EMS calls Monday through Friday because nobody was showing up and the surrounding communities were coming in to do our work and they weren't happy about that. And so I believe Tom might have been on the board then. They crafted a plan to fund those that staffing by diverting funds from the vehicle replacement to pay for the staff costs related to the Monday through Friday coverage. In 2013, we purchased a fire truck that essentially exhausted that fund. Because we were diverting $90,000 a year to pay for staff costs, and we were collecting, at that point, we were maybe collecting $100,000, $110,000 a year. There was no way that fund was ever going to recover to do what it was supposed to do from the 1999, which was to pay for large capital costs and apparatus replacement. Recognizing that and also realizing that the fund, money in that fund had much more value kind of sitting in the bank waiting for those large purchases rather than wasting it away on operating expenses. We proposed, the fire department proposed to move the staff costs out of that revenue stream, put it in the operating budget to return the entirety of that EMS billing revenue to that apparatus fund. This committee supported that endeavor, and a couple years later, we went to buy an ambulance to replace an ambulance that had we lost transmission in it, amongst other things. We didn't have enough money to buy an ambulance outright, so we had to finance that over time, and we were able to pay for that over a 3-year period with no additional cost to the taxpayer. And so from that point through changes to our ambulance billing policy, changes to the ambulance billing rates, to the fact that we have more capable and trained staff that are able to operate at a higher level, which gets us to higher billing points. Our revenue stream has grown, and that fund has become healthy for sure. And also in 2015, we modified we changed the purpose of the fund to not only be funds for apparatus replacement, but to also allow us to purchase equipment out of that revenue stream or that fund as well. Just prior to that, we had to replace our breathing apparatus. Because we weren't able to get into that fund to use some funds out of that, we had to go to taxation and raise that money through taxation. So the concept was kind of born out of that was, well, if we had a healthy fund and were able to purchase, equipment out of there as well, is we could essentially remove all of our requests for funds outside of the operating budget, right, warrant article kind of stuff, we could pay for out of that fund, again, with no additional cost to the taxpayer, for that part. I think that I understand what the concept is of the petition article. We did not have anything in capital improvement this year. Shame on me for not really putting any effort into the spreadsheet that was provided, 2 years ago. And so the numbers are not accurate. In fact, at the bottom of my spreadsheet, the one that most likely showed up at Capital, has a disclaimer in it. And the disclaimer reads, although this projection is based on reasonable assumptions, there can be no assurance that it will prove to be accurate, as actual results and future events could differ materially from those anticipated. And so, understanding that there was this petition article, we reached out to a couple of our vendors to say, hey, we're really going to need to put some effort into freshening up those numbers. Because we're going to really need to look at what is that revenue projection, if we're going to follow the petition language, and does it meet our needs? Such as, I believe, similar to what Matt was saying. And so we reached out to the guy that built our last fire truck, and we said if we wanted to build another one just like that, which that's a very reasonable place to start, is what would that cost today, and what should we be using for like an escalator, right? The only thing I could tell you about what things are going to cost 5 or 10 years from now is they're probably going to cost more than today. Other than that, it's kind of a gamble as you're trying to predict the truck cost out over 5 to 7 years. So our vendor came back and said to build the same truck that you have, the last time was $522,000, and because of a lot of things that are going on with the tariffs and other geopolitical stuff, he said that there have been experienced a 5 to 7% escalation per year. That's been their experience. He's shaking his head as much as we are that's there's crazy numbers. So if we take the 522 from this year, escalate that out to where it finds itself in our spreadsheet, that's about a $600,000 vehicle.
Is that an engine or a tanker, or just general?
That's an engine.
Thank you.
So then we did it with the next piece of equipment that we're most likely going to buy after that, which was an ambulance to replace that. Our vendor gave us a price this month, $307,000, well, let's call it $308,000, and his escalator is $750 a quarter, so $3,000 a year. Escalating that out to 2025 was $323,000. Using the fund as it's proposed in the petition article, we again use up essentially all of that fund in 2023 with that engine purchase. We build some back. We tank it with the ambulance purchase. We know there's a tanker out there at some point. I didn't go much beyond 2027 because really how good are those numbers really? But that tanker piece being out there, even at $400,000, we're coming back and looking at a $125,000 warrant article, based on these numbers on a piece of paper.
I just want to clarify, we're talking about vehicles right here, but this fund also covers turnout gear, breathing apparatus, things like that? Yes, no?
Yes.
do we have any of that coming forward? I know we did something with breathing apparatus.
So we have, a couple of items that are out there. One is the cardiac monitors. Those are about 35,000 apiece. We have two. That's something that's going to occur soon. It's targeted for 2021. Again, every year through the CIP process is kind of a, you sit down and you kind of look at it. It's like, okay, well, here we are with, 2023, we're looking at a fire truck. And so we're going to start evaluating that piece of equipment and say, is that something that's going to occur in 23, or is that something that we need to move up perhaps because it's not holding up well, or can we maybe push that off? There's always that evaluation piece of the process. So we have the defibrillators, monitors, and, that's that thing that's going to shock your heart and cause you to jump off the cot like you see in all the TV shows. One of the other things that we are looking to replace, and if you had my spreadsheet, you would see we have a couple of question marks, is the EMS cots. And this is the power cots that allow us to, they're motorized, and it lifts the cot up so that we can attach it to the truck, and then it pulls up the wheel. So it allows, our very short staff crew of 2 or 3 to lift a 300, 400-pound person and get them in the back of the ambulance and hopefully avoid that back injury. And those are things that number's not in here. There's a couple of question marks as a placeholder. We intend to apply for a Fire Act grant as soon as they open it up to see if we can score a couple that way. But if not, the 2 that we have will need to be replaced at some point. Between now and 2023. There's other things that are not on here. And this isn't, I'm not just trying to pad this to make the fund look like it's in worse shape than it is, or to, disprove or undermine the formula that's out there. But it's things like that we haven't bought large diameter hose, 4-inch hose that's on the truck. In my time here, and in fact, most of that goes back to the 80s, if not 90s.
That's expensive.
So that is something that's kind of earmarked to be replaced. Whether that's going to be replaced on a per vehicle basis as those new vehicles come in, I'm not really sure. But that, that's stuff that's not cheap. Again, I'm not here to undermine stuff by trying to insert things into it, but this is not a comprehensive list. It was never intended to be a comprehensive list. It's just a planning tool for fire, really. And as we discussed this with CIP, they were after us to say, oh, well, can the fund support this? And it's like, yeah, the fund can support this. I don't disagree. We don't want to have a fund that has, $500,000 residual balance in it that just sits there and does nothing. But I think that we have a healthy fund. It's doing what it's designed to do, which is to kind of remove those large expenses from the warrant articles, so that we're not going back and asking the taxpayer to say, hey, I got to buy a $350,000 ambulance, and now you have to decide, is that ambulance more important, or is it perhaps a DPW truck or a police cruiser or something. I think that the program works the way it's intended. I just hate to see us disrupt that to the point where it fails in an out year that we just didn't see coming. And so that's my caution on that.
Yes, Neil.
Thank you. Chief, based on the numbers that you've given us, the revised fire numbers, is there going to be enough money to buy any of the equipment items you mentioned, the hose, the EMS cot, and so forth? It looks
Yeah,
as
and
though there isn't.
Well, I think that's where, we get into that planning piece of, so if we have, we kind of did it with the ambulance. It's like, well, we don't have enough money to buy an ambulance, like, what are our options? And so our option was, well, we feel we could support, I think it was a $77,000 ambulance yearly cost to pay that ambulance back, you know, and so we did that. We moved the payment period to the end of the year so we could kind of guarantee that we would have that kind of money in the fund. But literally, we didn't have a balance because we're spending it, you know, in that fashion. And so, isn't it an exact science? Well, it'd be nice if it was an exact science, but it's not really, and that's why you look at stuff. Here's what we need. Here's, you know, how fast we need to get something like that, and, you know, what are our options to pay for it.
Chris?
I just wanted to say one thing, was that the savings, if we're just gonna throw a number out and say, you know, it's $40,000 back to the taxpayer, and I'm a taxpayer. I'm not a taxpayer in this community, but I'm a taxpayer, so I understand that. And if we're talking 3 to 4 cents per thousand, and I'm not being flipped by saying that's not a lot of money, but when we come back and ask for something on a warrant article, it's gonna be way more than 3 or 4 cents per thousand.
Chris?
Right now, when you have a balance in this fund, is it earning interest? And if it is, how? Is it bonds? Is it, you know, what's the money doing?
That would be for the finance.
Beth, do you need to come up?
It is invested.
You have to be up here.
Right now, it's currently just invested in a bank or an account at TD Bank. It's not in bonds.
Oh, so it's just getting bank interest?
Correct. Correct. The
You're
fund
not making
escalates.
thousands on it, millions, so we can
No, there's not a
suddenly...
large balance in it currently, so no.
Okay.
It's 254,000.
Any other questions? Yes, Neil?
Isn't that money invested, held by the trustees of the trust funds?
No.
Not at all.
No.
That's great.
And the best, the best we can do is put it in a bank?
Beth, come on up.
The treasurer is the one that handles the special revenue fund, not the trustees.
Follow up. Is there no other?
Well, before we go to you, somebody else had a question. I think it was Matt.
Yeah, I had a question, maybe for Bob. How does the town determine, or does the town determine what the fees charged for ambulance services are? If the cost of this equipment is going to go up 5 to 7% a year, maybe the fees should be going up too.
That's a good point. So we evaluate fees every year. So could ramble on into a very large discussion.
The short version,
I'll
please.
try to make it as short as possible. So our fees are based somewhat on Medicare fee schedule. Medicare's the big driver in healthcare, and so we have a fee schedule that kind of looks at that number and has a multiplier on it. Off the top of my head, I don't know what that multiplier is. And so we adjust fees, Medicare adjusts their fees annually. They just came out with a new fee schedule. For a number of years, their fees just kept going down. And so they've kind of embarked on this new discovery phase of, we've heard from services all around the country that say Medicare doesn't pay us enough money to cover costs. And so they have embarked on a very large data gathering audit of services to kind of look at every bit of expense that might be related to providing ambulance service, not only from the capital costs and personnel to medication costs, supplies, to how much money you spend on roads, DPW departments. I mean, it's extremely comprehensive. Where that's going to lead to, I don't really know. We do look at our fees. I want to say 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we raised fees. And even though a lot of what we were doing didn't affect the largest portion of people who pay into ambulance billing for us. So the fees that were modified, even though they applied to everyone, the net effect was really, if you were on Medicare, it didn't affect you. That didn't mean that didn't generate a lot of angst amongst the public when we had our public hearing.
Um,
As with any fees, anytime you raise anything that's,
I can weigh in a little bit on that. Insurance is my wheelhouse. And I happen to deal with a veteran who goes in the ambulance frequently to the hospitals. My family has used the ambulances, so I know what the towns around us are charging. Our fees are commensurate, because when I got the ambulance bill for here and one for the veteran, I'm like, because, you know, that's, first you look at them, you're going, and then you look at the mileage and you make another noise. And then you start comparing them and you realize, okay, this is what it is. So we are in line. If we want to bump that up, that's a whole different discussion. But as far as if you're asking, are we high, low, medium, wavy, we're here as opposed to here, but we're not up here yet.
yeah, I would agree with that we're kind of in the middle of the market. We also have a very, we do have a hardship program. If people can't pay their bill for various reasons, there is a process to look at that and to make adjustments. We have a fair amount of transports where we receive no income. It's definitely a complicated issue.
So Chief, not to rehash everything, but fees could go up over subsequent years. We're in line today, but I think to Matt's question is 2021, 22, 23. We look at these fees annually. Do we look at them every 5 years? They could, in theory, go up based on Medicare
we
rates,
look at
right?
fees annually. We may not take action annually.
Okay. I think Matt's point was maybe we should.
If you're going to talk revenue, I think we should be looking at revenue across the board on an annual basis. That's not been our history here, but I don't disagree with you.
Any more questions for the chief? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, 2 down, number 3 coming up. Naomi, please, okay, I'm sorry, I did not realize that. We have a contract for our police department. Would you please come up and let us know?
We'll find out later in the evening, I guess.
Okay, do you want to tell us who you are?
Yep, I'm Ryan Frisbee. I'm the president of the NEPBA, who represents the Ware Police Department Union.
And I'm Austin McGuire. I'm the vice president of NEPBA for Ware Police Department.
So we did come up with a tentative agreement with the town. Do you guys want me to just go through every single item, or do you want me to?
I think the
kind
cost items.
The cost items.
Some of the housekeeping.
Yeah, so we did a lot of housekeeping. A lot of it was just verbiage. Just one example is the address for where union dues go to was incorrect, so we fixed that. The 2 big items was every April we would get a $500 check that was just blanketed. I get a $500 check for my uniform allowance. We agreed to do a reimbursement process now. So if I want a piece of equipment, pants, shirt, I have to purchase it on my own, and I'll submit a receipt, and that ensures that that $500 is actually going to what it was intended for, if that makes sense. The other agreement that we came up with was vacation leave. Now we're on an accrual. For example, my anniversary date was in November, so every November on a certain day at my anniversary date, I get front-loaded my vacation time, which is 150 hours. But now it's going to be an accrual rate of 12.5 hours per month. The one that you guys are going to be interested in is wages. It's a 3-year contract. First year is going to be 6.39% increase. Then the 2 subsequent years are going to be 3%. And the purpose of that is to be more competitive, to get people to actually come to the police department and want to work for us, and for retention purposes. I know there's been at least a couple of us who have looked elsewhere within the last few months. One of the main driving forces was pay. We did lose one officer, Officer Belte, to Nashville PD. We're not going to compete with Nashville PD. You know, his starting pay is in the low 70s. We can't compete with that. We realize that. And we lost another one to Antrim. Again, he was making, this is approximate $3 to $4 more an hour over in Antrim. So we do need to be more competitive to attract qualified candidates and to retain the officers that we do have. Because, like I said, I was included in one of those persons looking elsewhere. And I know there was at least one other person as well.
Can I ask a question regarding this, because it's for my own information and maybe other people need to know?
Yep.
This increase that you're getting versus what it costs us to train somebody, how does that work out? Because if I'm looking at this right, we actually would be coming out, it would be cheaper for us to do this than to have to keep training people, and I want to make sure I've got that right and I'm not putting out false information.
Right, from my understanding, and the chief and or Beth would probably be a better person to answer this question, but from my understanding, from their side of the table, meaning the town's perspective, was they wanted to keep the first year cost under $40,000, because that's what they calculated from my assumption of what it costs to kind of attract and train an officer to go out into the road.
Okay, we'll hold right there. Beth, is this your wheelhouse or Naomi's, or is it Chief's? I want to make sure we get the correct information on this. So
the information actually came from Mark Roth, who does a lot of attorney. He's a labor law attorney, correct? And he does this periodically, so he's analyzed the cost of what it costs. And I believe he said it was about $44,000 to train an officer from start to finish through his field training program.
So we find this more efficient and cheaper.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Will it help us to retain?
I certainly hope so. I would not want to lose any of them.
This doesn't necessarily bring us in par with the surrounding communities, but it gets us closer. So we understand that, you know, we understand that we need to go to the vote with an understanding that we need to get a yes vote. So we understood that we don't want to go too high, but we also want to put ourselves in a position where, A, we're going to retain our persons and be able to attract.
Questions, Neil?
Yes, could you tell us what the starting salaries are in the surrounding communities? And I asked that because I was reading a local newspaper for the town of Warner advertising a police officer and saying the starting salary was $50,000. So could you tell us what our starting salary is going to be as a result of this contract and what the starting salaries might be in towns that are in our area?
Yep. So I'll start with the Ware Police Department. So probationary officer is somebody who has zero training, doesn't have the academy experience. They're coming in making $20.78.
That's currently.
Currently on the scale.
Can you convert that into annual or not? If you can't, okay, well.
I mean, I can do it pretty quickly on a calculator if you want me to sit here and do the calculations for you.
That helps us.
But if you're going to give us everything in hourly, that's fine.
Yeah,
everything.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Please.
So where is 27?
Currently, we're at 2078.
2078. Year one proposed is 2211. Year two is 2277. And then the final year of the contract would be 2345. Which that was one of our goals, is to get that bottom number up to be able to attract candidates who want to work for us.
And competing towns?
Yeah, so some of the towns their contracts were up this year, so we just have their some only have 2019 numbers. When I spoke with one of the Henniker officers, their starting pay was $24.49 as of 2019. Goffstown as of 2020 is going to be $22.79. Hillsborough, as of 2020, will be $23.79.
How much?
$23.79.
That's in 2020?
Yeah. New Hampshire State Police is at $24.88, and that could have changed as their contract changed. They were in a year up. Dumbarton kind of has something a little interesting. They're not union, but they're a neighboring town. no experience, the person starts at 2018. However, upon graduating the academy, they go to 2120, and then once they're off FTO, they go to $23 and $23.12. Litchfield is at 2518 at 2020. Antrim, they go off of New Hampshire State Police. I think they try to keep theirs up to date with New Hampshire State Police's current scale. They're not a union town, so they can always adopt and amend their scale.
2488.
According to our contact over there, they follow the state police pay scale, so 2488 currently. And Bedford was at 2356, Merrimack 2558, and that's all the research from the surrounding towns.
So,
and some that are a little bit further.
And do you know what Warner is?
Well, you just told us it was in the 50s, whatever they put their posting at. New Boston, they had a
New Boston just got a
new
pretty
scale.
hefty pay increase. They're not union, but I was talking to an officer approximately a week ago, and he has 3.5 years on. He's going to be making what I'm making as a sergeant, as a patrolman.
Which
What's their starting?
So he said he's going to be around 30, 31. I don't know what their starting is, but
I know they
3.5 years.
Yeah, by the time they're at their third year, they're at 30.
We're not going to be able to compete with what they're currently getting paid at.
Do you think, looking at this list that you gave us of the towns around us, do you feel that this is going to keep you competitive?
My personal feelings, talking as a union president, I think it's going to help. I don't think we're quite where we need to be yet. But like I said, we need to put ourselves in a position where we're going to get a yes vote. So keeping that in mind, I think it's going to help. But I still think we have a little catching up to do, and that's my personal opinion. It's hard to attract candidates, especially knowing that other jurisdictions around us are hurting, like we're hurting for police officers, and if they can make more somewhere else, they're gonna more than likely take the job where they can make more money.
But you have all of us.
Yeah, it's a very large town. It's a very good town, but if you don't pay your people, they're not gonna stay.
Questions?
How many
Tammy?
vacancies do we have currently?
Currently, we have 2.
Does that include the placeholder for Brandon?
He's still there.
No, that's 2 openings.
We have 2 openings currently that we can hire for.
Okay.
We're actually going off of the Great Bay Test, which is the February 8th.
Yeah, in February.
So we'll be starting a hiring process soon.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you wanting to say something, or you're waving that?
It's information, not a question, because as the committee knows, I was allowed to set in as an observer for the negotiations. And I think that something that I would like to point out is that under the present contract, there are 9 steps, and each step, as the person gains experience, amounts to 3.5% for each step. And one of the agreements in the negotiations was that that would become 3% on the steps. So if you calculate out that 6.9 up front sounds like a lot, but over a 3-year period, you've got 6.9 plus 3, which comes to a 12.9. I mean, this is, a rough thing, but 12.9%. If there'd been no changes in the contract and it had stayed at 3.5% per year over that 3-year period, the person would have made 10.5 or 10.5%. So the difference, and I know this isn't strictly science, but it is a 2.4% difference from what they would be making if there was no change in the present contract compared to that upfront boost in order to help with the recruitment process and so forth. Now, I know that doesn't calculate exactly like that, because as the base changes, the percentage means more money. I realize that, but roughly speaking, it's not a vast percentage. It's just front loaded.
Yeah.
Question for Tom. How much of an increase is the officer getting over that 3-year period? Because there's a 6.39% boost in the entire pay scale, right? With in the first year of the contract. In other words, every step, whether you're a first-year person or a 20-year person, every step goes up by that 6.39. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then in the second year, every step goes up by another 3%.
That is correct.
And same in the third year.
Right.
So
That as that officer moves across. So if a person's, say, in a fourth-year officer, they would get that 6.9% as an upfront, and then the following year would be a 3%. The following year would be a 3%. Correct me, guys, if I'm wrong on that, but I believe that's the way I interpreted it.
6.39.
6.39. Okay, that's a lot different too.
So if I'm making, if I'm a starting officer, and I'm going to use numbers that are easier for me, and I'm making $20 an hour, then that's what I'm getting in the first year, because that's already had the 6.39% built into it. In the second year, the entire step system goes up 3%, plus I get an extra 3% because now I'm on step 1 or step 2, since I've already been there a year. So in effect, I'm getting a 6% pay increase. Is that correct?
No.
Yeah.
That's not correct. We're not going up scales with the intent of the intent of the scale that we're going to is to get the bottom number up for recruitment purposes. So we're not going up, which would keep the bottom number low. We're moving the entire scale, like Mr. Kirk was saying, but we're staying on our step. We're not going up. So it will be a 6.39, a 3, and a 3. We won't be getting a 6. So if, let's say I'm on step 4. I'm going to stay on step 4 during the duration of this 3-year contract.
Thank you.
That's big.
Does that make sense?
That's a very significant.
That's a big difference.
As well, I know 6.39 may seem a little high, but from my recollection from last year, the other non-union employees, the DPW and fire, got a $1 increase plus a 3%, which if you take that and equate it to my current pay, is a 6.2%. So really, we're just making up for what the union employees lost last year. I keep hearing this word being fair. Well, if you want to be fair, then I don't think the 6.39 is unreasonable to ask in the first year.
If I may just, but the point is that if this contract were turned down,
correct.
Okay, let's assume the people vote no, then you would get a 3.5% increase next year because you're going up one step, right?
We don't have the evergreen clause, so you as a voter have to vote for me to go up a step. So if you guys say no, then I remain for the entire duration of the year of what I'm currently making. I don't get any step.
And the following year, nothing until a new contract.
Nothing until you as the voter say, I want to pay you more money. Yeah.
Except we minus police people.
You might not have a police force by then. If you keep voting no.
That's my point.
Yes.
So here's the situation we're faced with. If this contract is approved, you get your 6.39 plus another 3 plus another 3, and there's no bumps because of steps.
Correct.
But if we don't approve the contract, then you stay at your current pay.
Yes.
You don't get a step, you don't get any increase.
Correct.
And the discrepancy or the difference between what we're currently paying our officers and what surrounding towns are paying becomes much, much larger.
Yeah, you won't be in a fight any longer.
And therefore, we would lose a lot more officers and find it extremely difficult to hire officers.
My personal opinion, yes. Like I said before, I was
Mass
looking.
exodus.
I know another officer was looking, and Chief Moore is doing everything he can to retain who he can. But this is, in my opinion, as a union steward, this is a big breaking point on the future of the Ware Police Department.
Thank you.
Questions?
I just want to make sure I'm clear on the math, because it doesn't seem like a big difference. If we're talking about the span of 3 years, with the increases you're suggesting for the contract, it only comes out to be about $5,500 a year after 3 years. Is my math right?
That's about right.
Okay.
It's about, so.
Well, he said I took into account his starting. I did all the math, and
Yeah, and I'm gonna hit you with something that, just to show you their level of commitment to seeing the organization through. I would have rather seen the pay raises applied differently. It was applied per percentage. There's a pool of money that you start with. It was just under $30,000. I thought it should have been divided by 11 officers, meaning their raise was a little more, but it bumps the new guys up so we can attract more people because we're going to get that bottom number up. They were all in agreement with it, but we're just a little late in the process. We're going to try to fix that next time, where the first raise we start with the pool divided equally, because obviously you're making 80,000 percentage-wise, you're going to get a much bigger raise than if you're making 30,000. So we're going to balance it straight down the line, and then percentages the next 2 years. So you are recognized for that experience and longevity. Yes, sir.
Neil?
Sorry.
Nothing prevents you from
You're
doing
fine.
that for next year and modifying the contract if both sides agree. Is that correct?
We have to vote on that again?
If you guys agree and the voters approve, do it sooner than waiting 3 years.
Okay.
Both sides would have to agree to
Yes.
open negotiations.
So you would have to correct, pardon me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would,
Stick with what's on the table.
Let's keep going.
okay. All right, any other questions?
Thank you for that suggestion. We'll definitely look at that.
That's
Yes,
why I
sir.
made it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. I know you have safety to take care of. We appreciate your time and effort.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Naomi, are you ready to discuss?
Well, I was just thinking of a few others. I'm here for the night, so. I'm
Good
just
night.
saying, if Brenda's here for the library, if you had any questions on the library, we did make some wording changes to the article for the library. He's here.
Okay,
We need to hear any article which has had a
I
change.
said, okay, it's fine.
Again, I don't think we should hear everything and then go back and hear everything
No,
again.
but if there's an article that's had a change.
Right.
Yes.
Right, that's what I'm saying
Yes.
too.
Yep.
So
I agree with
that's
you.
why the
But, for
lady is
example,
coming
the
up.
police, we should go right back to that after we get all these changes, because that's the first thing on the agenda here, other than the operating budget, I think, and make a decision on how we're gonna support or not support.
Right, but I want to get all the new additions taken care of first before we go wading into the weeds here. So the library person, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. If you please come up here and introduce yourself, that would be extremely helpful.
Hi, I'm, excuse me, I'm Brenda Cannon. I'm the chair of the trustees, and I'm representing the library now that we don't have a director.
Okay.
Hopefully, we'll have one in the next few months, and I won't have to do this again. The change we made was to our warrant article. We did not change the numbers, but we did change the,
What number is the library warrant article?
I believe it's 9.
Page 27.
Thank you.
Number 9.
Okay, now we can go forward. Thank
Okay,
you.
we didn't change the number. What we did was we clarified the wording of the warrant article. Unfortunately, I don't have it with me because Monday's meeting, we discussed it at Monday's meeting, and that's where we made the change. We realized that it did not clarify that this was for the library. You know, it just said, shall the town, such and such and such. And so that part of the wording stays correct, but then it says that it's for the library, and I wish my brain was working and I had it. Oh, thank you. Okay. After adding part-time staff hours, after the first sentence, it says, in order to meet the increased demand for library services, is the words we changed. In order to meet the increased demand for library services. But really, nothing else changed. The numbers are all the same. But it did clarify that this was for a library article.
And this is the only change to the library article?
Yes, yes. Originally, just to clarify, originally I think we had when Mike was still the director, we had planned to open on Fridays, and since his death, we've decided that that would be too much to have a new director come in and try to say, oh, by the way, you're a new director, and now we want to open on Fridays, and you have to figure out how to do that. We did remove that part of it, so this is still only with the current hours we have, but it's changing someone's hours from part-time to full-time, and then just adding some additional hours to help with the staffing at the library. You know, we realize we can't do what Mike did with the current personnel, but at least there would be a little bit of overlap with the extra hours that they can put in there. Because currently, right now, with a lot of the, especially on Saturdays, I believe there's only 2 people who work there now, and if one of them has to step away for a couple of minutes, there's nobody to man anything. So at least this way, they'd be able to add hours to one of the part-time personnel so that they could have a little bit more coverage at the library.
Questions? Chris?
I just heard you say that this is to make one person full-time.
Correct.
And then there's a little bit left over to bring on some more part-time hours. Is that how this breaks out?
Yes.
There was a $4,800 part-time aide that left, and Mike did not replace that person, which you've alluded to the staff shortage. It's huge. And they definitely need this article to pass because they're short. Who gets full-time?
That is up to the new director.
Okay.
And we just don't want to specify because, as you know, the trustees manage the director manages the library and the library staff. So we didn't feel it was that it was right for us to say what person that director wanted to move to the full-time.
Okay. Now, you've also said, and I think this is very true, that a lot of what you want is because of hiring.
Correct.
It's the same as all of our departments.
Exactly.
So, right now, we don't have anybody other than the director that gets insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes hiring hard. So is there kind of like is this the first of a sequence where they might try to bump people up so you can hire?
I do not know the answer to
Yeah,
that.
so that you haven't talked about that
No, we have
as a
not.
group.
No.
Yeah, okay.
And you know, Chris, once a new director gets on board, that will be their job to figure that out and,
Oh, yeah.
and to readjust things, but I can't answer that as a trustee.
Yeah, because you may very well lose somebody.
Oh,
in the
exactly.
future, and
Exactly.
hiring is just impossible the way
Yeah.
we have it now.
And that's what we're, you know, I mean, it's the same thing that the police said, retention and recruitment. And recruitment is just crucial, and it's tough here. It's a real tough environment here in Ware.
I have a couple questions.
Certainly.
First off, I belong to several other libraries.
Okay.
They have a lot of volunteers, so they do not have staff having to be full-time with benefits. They try to keep that down. Have we looked into that? The other question is, if I heard you correctly, and I may have this wrong, you said it is up to the director to decide who's going to be the full-time person.
Correct.
So I don't know when you're going to have a director on board. But if this were to pass when we vote and we don't have a director on board, we will have this money here and we will not be utilizing it because the director will not have come in. Then that money should be prorated, I would think.
The way it's currently set up is that this budget, if it passes, does not go into effect until April.
It does not say that.
It does.
It says
8 months.
Okay.
And yes, they do have someone in mind that they would like to make full-time. I just don't think it's my job to say who that person is going to be.
Is the insurance cost to be incurred already figured in the town budget?
I believe it is.
Okay. Any other questions? I have one more. The hours that you're looking at, is this due to having so many children from the schools coming over during the week?
No. See, I think a lot of this is due to, well, yes, they do a lot of programs. They can't do them at the level that Mike did them at, but they'd like to continue some of them. And part of this is also because of Saturday hours. With Saturdays, Saturday tends to be the biggest day over there now, and it's because a lot of people who work now, now that the library is open on Saturday, they can come and enjoy it. Well, they've only got a couple people who work on Saturday, and consequently, if one of them has to step away for whatever reason, there's no coverage. And so that's what some of these extra hours are for, is that they can have one of the part-timers get more hours to at least be there so that there's coverage throughout the day on Saturdays.
Okay. Yes.
What was the answer to your question? Do we have volunteers?
Yes.
As far as I know, we don't have volunteers, but, not only am I a trustee at the library, but I'm also part of the Friends of the Library. We can't even get people to join. And that's a, it's a club to help the library. We can't even get people to join that. Trying to get someone to volunteer to come to the library and work it's not going to happen. I mean, I'd like to say that it is, and we'll try, but it's just not going to happen. And I believe you can ask Chris.
Yeah, well, the state labor law says that you cannot give a volunteer any portion of a paid staff person's job. In other words, if, and also because of confidentiality laws in the state, you can't have them work at the desk. They did. When I first was hired, they worked at the desk, but the law says, no, you can't do that. So you're really trying to make work for volunteers. And the other thing is that best practice, they have to be supervised by a paid staff person. So you can't put a volunteer, let's say, in the children's room alone, because they're not being supervised by a paid staff person unless somebody comes to the children's room and supervises them. So
that's best practices, that's not law, correct?
No, but the other two laws preclude most of the work that's done by the paid staff.
So.
Comments, questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll try. Benji, do you have anything you?
And I was going to ask for clarification, if you've seen both Bob and him on the other articles, and there's nothing changed.
Right.
Okay, so the only other set of articles that have changed, to my understanding, who are you? Yes. So do you want to address it? Do you want to? I don't know which one of you is handling.
I just had something to answer a question that Matt had in the public hearing.
Okay, come on up. Is it germane to what's going on in finance?
Yeah.
All right.
He's asking about the truck that he's asking for.
All right, then this is important to hear.
So my small truck that I'm asking for, I worded it as a medium-duty six-wheel dump truck because that's what it is. It's what we all refer to as the 1 ton, but because of GVW rating, it's not technically 1 ton, it's just a heavy-duty 1 ton. So in lieu of transparency, so I don't get accused by a contractor out there of not buying an actual 1 ton, I worded it exactly how it's worded on the tag when you go to buy it. And Matt brought up a very good question, because I have been trying to phase 6-wheelers out to buy 10-wheelers for my big plow trucks. This is not one of those. It is the 1 ton. It just happens to have 6 tires. I did find a picture of just what I would be speccing out, so I just wanted to, I only made 5. I just wanted to share them so you guys could look. That's what it would look like.
Give one to Matt, he's
concerned
about it.
I like trucks.
Well, it's a very good question, because I wouldn't want it to, it's a very important part of my, it's a very important part of my fleet, and I wouldn't want to lose it because it sounds like it's kind of.
Can you bolt an extra couple wheels on it?
Right, it's not a 3-axle truck.
Oh.
So that's good.
So it's exactly what we have now. I just worded it.
But with fold-out sides.
This one does, yeah.
Yeah, I like that's cool.
The next one I get, which isn't worth talking about tonight, probably won't have. The reason I want to try this is I have a sander to go in it.
It's a one-ton,
Most of the
right?
deaths by DPW employees are coal patching because you stand at the pinch point behind the tailgate and the car comes around. You coal patch, there's no way to have proper flaggers or signage, and so anyway, that's what it is. Just wanted to share that with you because it was a good question I thought that he brought up, and I can't explain it any better, so I just thought I'd get a picture.
No, thought that
Thank
was
you.
good. Thank you, good question.
What color?
So, are you going to come up and address this on the cruisers, or is the chief, or who's doing this?
Start, but, I mean, are you gonna change anything with the fire? I'm just not trying to keep everybody here.
We've asked,
All your questions of the fire.
other than us going back and forth wrestling now, I don't think we're going to be calling up department heads for anything. This should now be up to us we should have enough information. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So everybody's welcome to stay. So let's get the cruiser straightened out.
All right. We'll try to do that. So any of you that attended Monday night, we attempted to, well, we were going to, in Article 11, we were gonna put the two cruisers into one article. There was a lot of discussion back and forth. They're two little bit different, not quite the same vehicles. So at the end, the board had a discussion and decided that they would divide the two cruisers. You don't have the wording, because the selectmen have to approve the wording, but it's gonna be one at one amount and one at another amount, but he's still gonna have two cars.
What's the difference? What are we buying that there's two different ones?
Allah.
One have wings. What are you doing?
Possibly.
Like a James Bond.
Toning down those blue lights a little bit. Oh, pictures.
Pictures too. Wow. You get spoiled.
That's all it is. It's just off the Chevy side.
What's the difference between the two? That's what we want to know.
So, it is the same exact vehicle. All of my vehicles going forward will be patrol vehicles. When I was hired as a patrol chief. I will hit the street. I will not be an admin chief, so there's no more admin cars. The difference with one vehicle is there was not going to be the prisoner area in the back. There's not going to be a computer, and it's going to be unmarked. That's it. All of those things can be added based on the needs of the department, what we do. Since I've been here, I've driven every car we have in the fleet at one time or another. People have driven the car I'm currently assigned. There is no assigned vehicle. We use what's available to us to support the mission of the Ware Police Department in serving citizens. That's it.
The one that doesn't carry the prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason?
Yes. However, there are tactical reasons, which I can't disclose because we
Okay.
don't want to. I can tell you this:
Kill ya.
yeah, I don't have to kill you, but there is one part I can disclose. I can't tell you how we use it, but essentially, obviously, a prisoner you don't want to get back if you put him back there, so the door locks don't work. Mine, the door locks would work. I would be able to unlock it and leave it unlocked.
Okay.
Big difference. Yeah, I know you're all wondering, what's he going to do with that? We are hiring. I have 2 vacancies, and I'll be glad to teach you how it works. Yes, sir.
And if you leave, he has to kill you. Why an unmarked car in the town of Ware?
So that's for transport to other areas. Essentially, I'd be using it to go back and forth to home. I'm going to live a couple miles over the line. I'm sure you've all watched media events. We're targets. People gun us down in parking lots of police stations. There is no safe place. If we're not hyper vigilant, always aware of the threat, we could end our life, pretty much. Obviously, I don't want to make my family a target. You know, it's one thing, I accept this job. I do this job willingly, but it's not cool to, have somebody coming after my wife, coming after my kids. Lieutenant Hebert, had somebody actually come to his house and staking him out not too long ago. A couple of freemen, he caught them, confronted them, but they do show up at our house. Obviously, we don't want to advertise where we're living by putting a marked vehicle out in front, but that's essentially it.
Follow-up? Will this car be used for patrol purposes?
Yes, sir. I am a patrol chief.
So we're going to have an unmarked car on patrol in the town. I understand you're using it at
Mhm.
home, and I understand why,
Mhm.
to drive back
Yes,
and
sir.
forth. Thank you.
Are you worried about speeding?
I'm concerned that in a town like Ware, the idea that police are driving unmarked vehicles and not friendly Officer Sam is disturbing.
So I will tell you this, in the annual report, everybody can look at that. We don't, frankly, write a lot of traffic tickets.
Not a question of traffic tickets.
Right.
I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
In this town, the folks should know that the police are out there protecting us. We should be able to identify these cars, wave to the officer, be very comfortable in going up to the officer.
Mhm.
And the whole idea of an unmarked car is contrary to that officer-friendly, police department-friendly scenario.
Agree. But that's why we also have community events where we go out and meet the public and interact. It's, you know, not necessarily all encounters aren't going to be in the car. You know, that's why I have coffee with the cop. That's why I show up at the schools and do different things. And, you know, that's why I was outside of the car. I was always amazed at the uproar it created when I got out of the car at the, what's the Patriotic Festival that we had back in the summer and, you know, was greeting the public. You were walking? I was walking. Yeah, pretty much. I got a kick out of that. I was like, you know, because I wanted to meet with the community that was out there. It was a good festival, so.
So your cruiser will have license plates we can recognize?
Yes. Same
And-
ones that are on my current car.
Okay, so they're not,
MP?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for?
Municipal police.
and
Municipal police. Oh.
and it's not going to be the family vehicle?
No.
Thank
No. It's town use.
Thank you.
Sure.
Unless they misbehave.
I'm not going to comment on that one.
Yeah.
My wife usually beats me, so.
Go ahead.
You did mention that you'd be using this for going into other areas?
So if we go to training, for example, and I'll take Officer Ollette, when she went to the SR school, it was over in Maine, I offered her my vehicle so she wouldn't have to drive a marked vehicle. She opted into using Vehicle 6, which is the marked SUV we have currently. When she did come back from the school, she said she regretted it because she's in a marked vehicle. She's outside of her jurisdiction. She's not even in her correct state. And when people see a police car, they just see the lights and they're here to help me. Well, I really can't help you, you know, because this isn't my area. There's rules on what we can do and what we can't do. So that's another reason why we take, you know, it's not like if somebody's getting beat or, you know, in dire straits, or we're going to stop and do what we need to do. But, you know, hey, I got a flat tire, I need a wrecker. You know, okay.
When they go to a training,
Mhm.
are they on duty as a police officer to perform police business, other than training? Well, the question is, why can they not take their personal car and get mileage as opposed to a cruiser?
Well, they could do that, but it's much cheaper for us to give them a car and let them go with a town car.
Okay.
They get paid government mileage.
Okay.
I don't know the rate off, but it adds up.
Okay.
We'll take that deal.
Yeah.
I'd love it.
Okay, just checking. Anyone else have questions? Okay, we're good to go.
Thank you very much.
much.
I have a question for Naomi on the phone.
Sure. Naomi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom has a question for you, please.
On that warrant article, what was the rationale in dividing it into two warrant articles?
I think the discussion was,
I didn't hear the discussion when they made the change.
right, was that.
Could
yeah,
we
it-
please tone it down in the
It
crowd
was at the
while
end
we're
of the
doing
evening,
this?
after the input from the public hearing. There was discussion about leaving it as one article or dividing it to two. And the board felt that dividing it into two, because it could be a little bit more explicit and explain the difference as he just did on the difference in, because the amount will be different, meaning you know, one in the upfit is less. So to be a little bit more open with what's there, we actually have changed it to add what he's looking to buy. Yes.
Just out of curiosity, we need these two cruisers, correct?
Yeah, because if you remember last year, we were in the middle. We had one on there last year. And at that time, the recommendation from you guys was to wait till the new chief comes. So I think it was also stated and very well known that we were going to do the 5 and we were going to do 3 and then 1 year every year after that. So if we don't vote for this, we'd be back for 2 the following year, and here we are.
Right. No, the reason I asked first off was, do we need the cruisers? Because my personal opinion would be, one warrant article, I think you stand a great chance. When you go to 2, there's always a possibility of 1 and 1.
Well, that's the chance that you take with any of the articles, so.
That was my concern.
Yeah, I know.
Expressed to you a long time ago.
But that's where the board decided to do.
Yeah.
Could you refresh my memory at least on the 1-a-year plan? I thought we had already reached the point where we were on that 1-a-year plan, so I'm not sure why all of a
No,
sudden we
because
have 2.
if you remember the first time we came to you, we were gonna buy 5.
And we went to 3.
Then we decided we'd go 3 and then 1 and 1. So you had 3, 1 and 1. So, but that doesn't mean you stop.
But don't we just buy then 1?
But then you still have the 3 with the miles that have gone for 3 years that you still have to cycle.
Last year, we didn't buy our 1. We put it
So
on.
you've agreed to,
Skip the 1.
I mean, we kind of agreed to the concept of 1 every year.
Right.
To keep us out of the $300 car.
Right.
But we didn't get one last
So
year.
we didn't get one last year, so you asked for 2 this year because you're gonna be behind if you don't, similar to Benji and his 6 years without.
I forgot. that
Because
we
you're
didn't
gonna
get one last
have
year.
mileage continued, okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Tom?
If none of the other warrant articles have new information, maybe we should just stay on this one and discuss it and make a decision on it and then go back. But why go back and set through the whole thing again?
Let's go through the warrant in order, the way we've always done it.
Yep.
Just don't pull anyone out in particular.
I'm not pulling anyone out. I'm just saying we've just had the discussion. It seems like it's fresh
We're
in our
going
minds.
to
Why
go
not make a
through the
decision on
budget
it?
first and then go through the warrant articles, because otherwise people start feeling like this warrant article's being pushed before somebody else's warrant article, and then
Okay,
we
I give
should.
up.
And you would not believe the amount of grief you get when you do that.
So, question?
Yes,
Are we
please.
done with any changed warrant articles?
Unless there's anything else coming,
No,
we
isn't
should
there
be
one
done.
more?
There-
It didn't Article
We did
6?
changed Article 6.
Yeah, okay.
I was
I
just
didn't
trying
even
to
know
find
that.
if
I
I could
just
find the
figured I'd
wording.
ask.
I get so many emails, it
That's
only
been split
uploads so
out.
many.
Thank you.
Amy, do we have the new wording on these articles for?
Well, I was trying to find that, but
For the two.
the amount of emails I get in a day, it overfills the phone, so.
This includes 3% for non-union, but also includes an 8,000 increase for Benji.
Yeah, if you had it, I tried to find it.
So that has been split out into his own article.
That's up to them.
So these article numbers will all
Yeah.
change then subsequently?
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
So,
That's fine.
yeah, you can do that. But can I just also add one, you find it?
It's gonna be
Do you want
the
to stay
same
on
thing
it
as
or not?
this.
He found it on the email, which is what it's gonna say.
Just number 6?
Do you shake your phone?
Hold up.
Split.
The two split. I'd have to do the numbers. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $55,860.95 for the purchase of one? Oh, well, I wanted to be exact, but okay. $1 rounded up. For one fully serviceable patrol Chevrolet Tahoe 4x4 police pursuit vehicle with $21,671.95 rounded up. Withdrawn from the reserve fund balance and the balance of $34,189, that was even, to be raised by taxation. And then the other one, the only difference is the numbers. The second one, the numbers were $50,006.70. Same vehicle. Well, they're state bids, so they're exact. Yes, sir.
There's a difference. One is unmarked and one is marked.
Correct. This is the marked. The second one's
But
not
are you
marked.
going to say that in the article?
It was a, I didn't.
We'll finish with the numbers. and then
Let's
come
get
back.
the numbers done and then we'll,
I almost have a hard
That's
time
for
focusing.
discussion.
It's still a Chevrolet Tahoe 4x4 police pursuit vehicle with $15,817.70 withdrawn from the unreserved fund balance, and the
Can you-
balance is the same.
can you
34,000.
repeat that again? 15,000?
15,817.70.
Thank you. And the balance
And
of that?
the balance was 34,189. Same because the car
Okay.
is the same, to be raised by taxation.
Okay, thank you.
So now that, can I just throw something out there? Because the selectmen haven't really looked at that article yet.
Mhm.
Because it's something that we opted to make 2 articles, but we haven't approved that wording yet. Just want that clear. So my question would be, do you want, I know you're doing next week at school. If I give you these 2 articles, could you do them so you could actually see what they're going to look like?
I would rather wait for the final article.
We can wait until next week. I
Just,
left,
I just want the board to weigh in.
well,
want
I
to
left
round
room
it to
for
a
next
whole
week's
dollar.
meeting is supposed to be the schools with the understanding
Yes.
that we would clean up any unfinished business from this meeting. So if we want to table this part of it until next week, I have no problem. I don't know how that works with the chief. Ricky can come and smile at us and we can have a whole party here and that's perfectly fine because I understand that the wording is important to everybody. And if we don't get it right, there's going to be a question. So does anybody on this committee have a problem with tabling this little
motion.
part of it? I need a motion.
Motion to move the discussion on the police vehicles until the next meeting on Article, which would be Article 11A and B, effectively.
Probably they're just renumber.
Second it.
I'll renumber.
Question?
Please.
Shouldn't the same thing apply to any article where they're doing some changing? in
Yes, I
wording?
was just going to thank you.
Right, we've
Sure,
got
can
one
we
more, we've got one
pass
more.
this motion first?
First, take one at a time.
Just do it, any article for which wording is going to be changed.
They're splitting hairs. It's getting late.
Yeah.
Can we,
Just pass this motion, please. Need a motion we've made the motion. I need a second.
I seconded it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great, motion
All right,
passed.
so then I won't get into the details, but Article 6, we split. We still have to have the conversation at the board level. Is it all right if I just say the rest? Okay, so there's also going to be discussion about whether we put the second article in there or not, which
what
has to
is-
do with the DPW
Okay.
director wage adjustment. Done some thinking, and the people, 16 that were here, said, sounded like a great idea, and it would probably pass. But no means no, so no gives him nothing. So the idea is to move it into the proposed and not the default.
Add it to the proposed budget, is that what you're saying?
Adding it to the proposed budget, which is exactly what is in the library. Not in the default, can't be in the default, but it's in the proposed.
Exactly, we're done with other departments.
Neil,
I
So,
don't know if this is the place to have this discussion.
then we can hold
It's
it
public
until she's
information.
done. What is
Well,
it?
it's just a pattern that we see the selectmen doing that violates every concept this town wants for transparency. Putting wage increases in for the fire chief, putting wage through the budget process and not a separate warrant article. The same thing for the finance administrator, the same thing we have now an article in the library budget, a $20,000 increase for the library director, now an $8,000 increase. All of it goes through in the budget, and yet, everybody else, with their
We vote on
3% raises, has to be a separate article. So the big guys get their raises buried, and the little people have to fight it out in public. I think that's just wrong.
can I just add to that? So Mr. Kirk's alluding to an email that he sent to us on the board, me and the board. Okay, so you all know that we had 2 retirees, and I understand his frustration at it. Mary and Chip left.
Oh.
We talked about a reorganization here for a long time. We had to revisit what we were going to do. So best time when somebody retires is to look at what you need to do, reorganize, and I think it was mentioned even last year at deliberative session about a study And then it was like, oh, no, that might cost too much money to bring everybody up to today's current. Not going there. So in Mr. Kirk's email to me, he points out that at will employee's salary can be adjusted up and down. That's his email to me, so he understands, but he only picks the ups. We've decreased the building inspector's salary, but we didn't talk about that. Mr. Moore makes less than Mr. Kelly. We didn't talk about that. It's just the ups. Things go up and down.
Let's do the
And we
downs
stay
too, though.
stay within the bottom line, which we have absolutely jurisdiction to do.
You're correct. You have every legal authority to do what you're doing the way you're doing it. But that's not my point. My point is that's not the way folks in this town want raises to be given. We wanted to have a voice in that. And we want to make sure that those raises, especially large raises for highly paid people, are because we rarely decrease wages. I understand that you change positions and descriptions, and so you change the salaries. That's a different issue. We just want to see what the town is doing and say and bless the arrangements that you're doing. I don't understand why the selectmen find it so difficult to allow the people a voice and treat everyone the same, so that no one's hung out to dry. Everybody has to have their salary, major salary increases put in there, as we do the 3% for ordinary town employees.
And I understand what he's saying, and that's a philosophy, I get it. But, I mean, we still turned money back even doing what we did at the end of the year in the realignment. And I don't think my staff would appreciate being called little people and big people. I think we're staff.
Low-paid people.
You said little, you've said it twice now.
I apologize, it's low-paid.
So I'm just saying that our staff is little and big people, and it only matters if you make X amount. I mean, we can argue this all day.
Okay.
We've been to court over it, and we're well within the right to do it. It may not be everybody's favorite, but we have every right to do it.
I think
so.
Absolutely.
I don't know that it is the purview of this committee to be able to decide how you handle that. Whether we like it or not, maybe that should be a warrant article for next year.
Yeah.
So that the town can weigh in and let people know how they feel about all these
Yeah, so
interesting
the
raises.
state law does it. So we did it along state law. It's in proposed. If it's default, it's default. It's not included in default. We can't. It's not a contract. We understand that. State law has been changed around to define default, define contract, and define it all. We followed it to the state law. Opinion of like or don't like, I don't know that we're here to do that.
Yes.
We've survived, we've done what we've done according to state law. It's just not what everybody wants.
We got that.
But we
so-
put it out there and told you exactly what we've done. So it's
So-
transparent.
At this point, this is now moot. This is not part of the finance committee. We recognize it's in the budget, whether we love it or not. That's a whole different monkey wrench. Those of us that are thrilled with it,
Excuse me, Madam Chairman, the DPW salary is not in the budget. It's with a 3% increase for all town employees. That was the problem with that article. They included the 3% increase across the board for everyone, plus $8,000 for the DPW director in that article, and didn't distinguish so that voters couldn't understand that it was not just an across-the-board 3%, but it was an $8,000 raise for one person and a 3% raise
But
for
we
everybody else.
reduced article by the $8,000 and the costs associated with it, and then putting it in the proposed. So article,
there is
the
not-
article of 60 whatever thousand, Article 6 says $61,832. The adjustment and the costs associated with it have been removed. So the new number is $52,326. That was stated Monday night. That article is going to be that number. Part 2 of that, the board needs to decide if they're going to put it in the proposed or put it on a separate warrant article. I believe we're headed to putting it in the budget.
well, I have a question on this warrant article, just because it says raises for non-union town and library personnel. If we're making somebody full-time with benefits,
That's an
that means
article.
they're getting, huh?
That's an article and all the costs associated with it.
Are they part of this 3%? does she then get that 3%?
Well, she gets 3% if she's in the 3% pool. I think there's only she's over
Well,
there.
that
They're in the,
just-
she is in the pool, but if the article doesn't pass, she doesn't become full-time, but she's still entitled to 3%.
Right, but if she becomes full-time, then she's getting
But I
yet
think,
another
I mean,
bump.
okay, sure.
And I got a problem with that.
Naomi, what
Tom?
was your number again? 52,000?
52,326.
326, so.
And I want to clear up too what was said Monday night from one of the audience. There's not a jump from 26,000 to 51,000. Mr. Butt tried to address that and said, why so much? It's not. He missed a year. He went from 18 to 20. So it went from, I have the numbers, which I'm not going to bore you with right now, but I'll provide it with you. So the increase this year from last year's warrant article is $10,070. And that's the 3% across the board, including me, because I was pointed out the other night.
That 10,007, increase of what to what?
Is the increase from last year's warrant article to this year's warrant article. Because the leap of faith was a number not given.
52,326, you're saying?
What was that?
You're saying it was 10,000 less
No,
than?
Dick mentioned a $26,000 number, but that was 2 years ago.
A $26,000 number in the context of an article similar to this one?
Yes, but then he
In
missed
place of
a
the
year.
number that now has 52.
Yes, but he missed a year in
I see.
between.
I
Yep.
just want to see what we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, once more.
Go ahead.
So this article really can stand and we can consider it. We've just
That
changed the
one-
number.
Yes, and it's gonna
then
be
it-
6.
Then it's up to the selectmen what they're going to do with
Yes,
the
we have Monday night to make changes.
DPW.
That's it, because they have to be signed and posted.
Chris?
So just to, you haven't decided for once and for all yet whether to split that article. It still could go with the $8,000 in it.
No, you got two choices. We're gonna put it on an island by himself.
Right.
And hope for the best.
But you don't know
Or,
yet what
we're gonna
you're
put
gonna
him
do.
in the proposed budget, which is where the other ones are.
Yeah.
Propose not default. So then.
We didn't vote on this. It wasn't official last year, but we approved substantial adjustments for other department heads and remarked that Benji wasn't in that pool and we wanted to, in good faith, do something in a subsequent budget. So if it goes into the proposed and the proposed fails, then.
Stuck it where he's at, yes.
Yeah.
Not
No.
necessarily.
No, they can, in the
The
default
bottom line
budget, they
budget.
can do whatever they want and pay them $100,000 a year.
If they can find it.
Yes.
But the default's pretty stripped down, so.
Hardly.
Yeah.
Any more questions? No more changes?
They just can't.
Go ahead,
I'm sorry.
Nicole.
Just to clarify, because it applies library and to DPW, that they would get that increase, like the library has a separate article, and then whatever you're doing, this one, so they're getting both.
Yeah.
Just want to clarify that, so.
If the article for the
If they-
passes,
Mhm.
yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify, okay?
Yeah, you got that right. Does anybody over here have anything they'd like to add?
So
subtract?
so Article 4, you can save yourself a lot of headache. It's not finalized.
Okay, so do we need to hold off on Article 4 until
Yes.
next week? All right, so we're just going to hold Article 4 till next week, all
You
in
got Article
favor?
4 and you got 2 police cars.
Yeah, we just did the police cars, so on Article 4, we're holding it till next week?
Move we-
Everybody,
Move we table it until next week?
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Now let's go to the budget. Let's get this done.
Nope.
That is Article 4. That is the budget.
Oh.
If we don't have that.
We don't have much
I'm looking at Article 6.
Yeah.
Article 5 at the bottom of the page
Article
with the
5.
officers.
Okay, is there anything you're doing there?
No, it's not, that's the only changes. You guys can have your say. I'm just standing here
Article
using.
5 is the police collective bargaining agreement.
What are we doing here?
Okay.
Everything changed.
So do we want to talk about Article 5, please? Does it need to be read, or can we all pretty
we all
much
have to.
figure this out? Neil?
I'd like to move that we recommend Article 5.
Second.
Any dissension? All in favor?
Aye.
Nays, abstentions?
I think you need to have a show of hands so you can
I was
count
gonna
them.
say,
because
Yeah, we need a count.
put in the
Matt'll have to add it.
6 4 or 3 to 1, or 12 to 0, or whatever it might be.
Show of hands, ayes.
13 to 0.
It was everybody.
Yeah.
Nays? Abstentions? Good. Got that, Matt?
13 to 0, yes.
Yes,
In order to save us a lot of time next week, could we ask Matt to, as we go through these and recommend or not recommend, to draft a blurb?
Are we not writing blurbs tonight?
In order to facilitate that, it would be much easier if we had a document that had a blurb
That's really not
written on
fair
it.
to Matt.
Well,
We can use last year's as a template.
that's what I mean. But if you do that.
I have it right here.
No, but we don't have a police contract from last year, so you can check up 3 years ago and just put it out. And I know it's asking a lot for you. I'm not asking you to be creative, but if you
But
give us
Neil?
a template, we can do it much faster than if we have to start
I
from
don't
scratch.
know what this committee wants to include in its recommendation.
Well, hang on a second.
Have a discussion?
Part of, let's
Well,
get
then we might as well
something-
write the blurb if we're gonna have a discussion.
Guys, part of what this committee does is discuss everything. And I don't think it's fair to ask one person to do more work than the rest of us. If we've got a problem with time, we all know these meetings have been running till 10:30, 11 o'clock. We know this. This is part of what we do. Next week is going to be long. It's the schools. This is part of what we do. If we are all going to take an attitude of we want to get out of here because there's something on TV or we all have a life someplace else, we need to decide are we on this committee or not. But our job is to take the time to do this.
Yes, we
Matt,
all
can
want
you
to.
pick up the blurb from 2 years ago or a year ago and maybe read that and we can see if we like that?
Ouch.
Do you even have that?
I have it from 2 years ago, but there wasn't a contract, was there?
Just
Tom?
Start with that one, just for
not
starters.
not to prolong this discussion because we've got so much ahead of us, but, you know, I think from this committee, we can keep it fairly simple. People want to know the count. You know, like this one was 8 to 0, recommend. If it's 4-4 or 9-4 or whatever, that people want to know that. A lot of times what I found is that when I was working as a selectman, is that there was a lot of repetition between what the finance committee blurb said and what the selectman's piece as far as
We don't know
telling what
that
it
is,
was
Tom,
about.
So we can't speak to that.
Pardon me?
We don't know what that is, so we can't speak to it. We need to include the percentages like we've always done. That's what they want
Right,
from us.
right. That's absolutely, and I think that's the most important thing. But we don't have to repeat the purpose of the article every time when, if you read through, for example, the last year's mailer, I think you'll find that there's a lot of repetition between what the finance committee said and what the selectmen said when they gave out the purpose of the article. So I'm just saying, just.
Because they copied us.
Pardon me?
Because
we
they copied us.
And I
And I'm saying, why do that? All we really need.
We don't know what they're saying now.
Yeah.
We have to write what we're gonna say.
Yeah.
The other thing is we have in the past been criticized that we have not stated why we did what we did. And when you have those same people coming up with every meeting, this is why we write the blurbs and say, even though it repeats the Board of Selectmen, we are hit with the question of why did we do this?
Let's get going.
All right, so,
Article 6.
Are we writing the blurb on 5?
yes,
Right now?
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
that's our job.
You don't write them and then come in with a draft and say,
Matt,
okay,
can
this
I
is
pull it
what.
up for you? Just give him a second.
What do you mean? I don't have
He
a
doesn't
draft.
have it,
This is a
does
new
it?
You
contract.
had the one from 2 years ago?
There wasn't a new contract
There
2 years
wasn't one
ago.
When was the last police contract?
3 years ago.
3 years ago, and you actually did.
I don't
the
have
first
internet
one.
access, so no.
Fiscally
Oh.
prudent.
You don't have your
That says
phone?
nothing.
I don't have service here.
The selectmen can say the
It's
rest.
totally
There's
dead.
no internet here?
There is, but it's not public.
Wait, last year, didn't someone write them up, they sent them to us?
Bill.
And then we looked at them?
That was
Yeah.
Bill.
That's what Neil suggested.
I know, I'm just saying, like, one of us could go look and find, I don't know. It's a lot of work for him.
That puts a lot of additional work
and I don't
next,
think,
on
no,
the
and I
next
don't
meeting.
think, yes, true.
Too, right?
So we can go till midnight next week, that's good.
Well, one thing,
Let me
the,
take a crack at this, okay?
Okay,
This is a fiscally prudent contract that will help the town of Ware recruit and retain officers in an environment which is increasingly competitive for a dwindling number of available candidates.
Good.
Bingo.
Perfect. You're hired.
The last part, increasingly competitive in
An
an environment that is increasingly competitive.
for a decreasing number of
Candidates.
qualified candidates. And we can revise this next week, because after you read it, you're going to say, well, I don't quite like it like that.
Absolutely correct.
Cost for the contract is the years.
And Matt, are you good at doing the percentages, or do we need to delegate that to Keith?
Is this 6.39, 3 and 3? Yeah.
But that should be put in there, too.
Okay. Okay, we can't do 6.
We can do
You
6.
can do
yeah,
6.
yeah.
Okay.
We can do 6. I'll move to recommend Article 6 with the new figure of $52,326.
Isn't this one being reviewed still?
No, just the DPW piece, which they've already taken out.
Second.
Good. I like clarification, because you lost.
That's okay.
So we're
Second my
gonna,
second.
we're gonna vote on an article that we haven't seen the final product of it?
We have.
That is the final.
61,832 changed to 52,326.
So that's the only thing that's changing?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, just wanna make sure it was clear. Sorry.
No, you're all right. You're fine.
I'm fine with that. I just wanna make sure it was clear what I was voting on.
All in favor?
Aye.
Raise
Ayes
hands.
against.
Nays?
So 12 to 1?
Mm-hmm.
I'm abstaining for right now. I'll vote.
11 to 1.
Is that
11 to?
11, 1, 1.
Is it because it's not finalized?
Moving on to
I'm on the fence, it's okay.
Article 7.
Do we need the blurb, right?
Yes, we need the blurb.
Oh, this one maybe we can copy it from a previous year. This article provides merit-based pay raises, this will have to say 3% now, right?
Yep.
For non-union town and library employees. And then this part is probably not accurate anymore. The Board of Selectmen reduced its original proposal from 3% to 2% as recommended by the Finance Committee. Gotta take that out. The committee supports raises at a 3% level, consistent with the cost of living.
No.
I'm not
No,
sure that it is
Cost of living
consistent.
is not 3%.
Cost of living is 2.3.
There you go.
It's much lower, so I don't understand this at
Just
all.
so everybody understands, people who are on Social Security got a 1.6% increase.
Mhm.
This would probably fit what they've talked about in the other article about retention and recruitment.
Probably. I mean, has anyone said that we're having trouble hiring town employees?
No.
We have, but that, I don't think we have the data to back it up, but what we have.
I think this year, this is just an ordinary, normal cost of living increase. And you could debate whether it should be 2.3% or 3%.
So I should remove the phrase consistent with the cost of living and just say the
Correct,
committee
'cause it's
supports
not.
raises at a 3% level.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, and then the last part was specific to that year about the town administrator's raise and the police chief's raise. This was from 2 years ago. Okay, that whole last sentence can be deleted. Is there anything else we wanted to say on that?
Can you just repeat it real quick?
It says this library provides merit-based pay raises averaging 3% for non-union town and library employees. The committee supports raises at a 3% level.
What was the second one you said? This what?
So it sounded like you said this library.
That's what I thought he said.
I said the committee supports raises. I'm sorry.
You did say library.
Oh,
I thought it was your thing.
my apologies.
Just want to make sure that was what number.
I'm sure the library supports raises at a 3% level
Holy cow. I
or
guess it-
more.
If you wanted to add, you could say, while the cost of living was increased to 2.3%, our town employees, or the general wage level of our town employees is not particularly high.
No.
Stick where it's
Just leave it alone.
No, we're not here.
Okay,
Never mind.
removing.
No.
Yeah,
No.
simple.
I think that's a
Remember,
wrong sentence.
One of the things that I think is helpful to people is not simply for us to say, in other words, we recommend this, and we recommend this, and we recommend this, unless we have a reason for it. To say that we're satisfied with 3% is not a reason.
Well, first of all, we're
Stating the
saying,
obvious.
we are, well, but also, 3% is not in the article, so
No,
we're
we need to
stating
say that, but to say that we're satisfied with it doesn't add anything.
Well, instead of
Otherwise, we wouldn't have
saying,
voted for it.
instead of saying not particularly high,
Not commensurate
brings
with
us closer
surrounding
to
towns.
the regional norm or average.
I don't know that. That's probably true.
It is. I forget what website it is, LGC, our municipal association, they have it. Yeah, they have a whole spreadsheet, but we are not there yet.
Right, but you gotta be careful, because this is not just including those employees. This is 3% across the board, all non-union employees.
Let's, if we get some better language, and Matt can email this to us after we're finished so that we can look it over. And then next week, if somebody has a great idea, we can add it.
Yep.
Now that's a great idea.
Can we go on to 7?
Yep, let's do that.
Okay, Article 7. Comments, statements? How do you feel about this?
A discussion. I thought Benji made a good case that over the past 25 years, he hasn't, I think it was 25 years, he hasn't had an increase in staff. And the town has expanded its roads by X number of miles.
6
I don't remember
miles.
the number.
Yeah.
6.
And he's made do, but it's difficult for him to deal with some of the problems he has, especially in vacation times during the summer, because everyone has to leave then. They can't leave in the winter. They're not allowed to take winter vacations because of the snow removal and things like that. As I'm sure he can get along with what he has. He's gotten along with that for a very long time. But the town has grown, and having additional personnel probably makes sense, whether it's this year, 2 years ago, or 2 years hence. The workload has increased. I think probably more personnel are needed. He is not a particularly, he's not a spendthrift. The guy's really fiscally conservative. He makes do. He figures out ways to do things that are very economic. And so, if he thinks that he needs another person, he's probably kicking himself 7 times before he had the wherewithal to come in and ask for it. So I'm very much inclined to support this.
Comments?
I'm gonna say I completely agree with Neil. Through my rough math, it looks like it's about 14%, and I gotta double check the number, but about 14% more roads that they actually have to take care of. So if you're just talking about the roads alone, that's pretty significant.
Well, and
growing
also
all the
his
time.
plow, his
Oh, yeah.
mechanic is driving a plow truck, but his trucks break down. So,
I would also like to point out that this is for a fully qualified, trained driver, right?
Serviceable.
Fully serviceable.
I was waiting for that. It's not fully
So-
equipped.
Right. So,
Is he a 1-ton?
that's right. He's a full 1-ton, not just partial 1-ton. So,
The only thing I have a question about is whether he can hire that person immediately and whether he needs 9 months' worth of salary in this year. In many other departments, it's very difficult to hire people, and so it may take him a couple of months.
He discussed that he had a
Did he?
part-time employee that may become the full-time.
Yes.
So
That's
it
right.
could happen right away?
Yes.
Fine.
Any more discussion?
Did we even have a motion on that?
Nope. Motion to approve?
I thought Neil made a motion. Did you?
No, he just gave his
Just
personal opinion.
discussion. What's your motion? I'll make a motion to approve the article as written.
Recommend.
Recommend. I
Second.
apologize.
Discussion? All in favor?
think.
It's 13. 13-0.
We good with 13, Matt?
13-0.
Remember
Yes. Blurb.
Go ahead, Neil.
Just before we continue on this trend and somebody looks at somebody else and says, what are we doing? I point out to you that on page
23, it's got all the numbers.
Thank you. On page 23 of the booklet, there is the tax impact of each of the articles. And at the bottom, it shows that if each article were adopted, what the total cost would be, $5.11. The tax rate, the town tax rate in 2019 was $4.43, according to my town tax bill. So if we were to approve all of these, we would be having the town portion of the tax rate go up by 15.3%. Okay?
That doesn't include anything used to offset this rate.
What do you mean?
So your 4 point whatever includes money returned to us, from the leftovers at the end of the year. This doesn't. This is just the costs of the budget.
That's right, and every year we don't consider whether or not the selectmen will use any available fund surplus. to
I agree,
offset
but you're
taxes.
comparing this to the wrong number. You need to compare it to the proposed cost per thousand of the last budget, not the actual tax rate that hit the town.
Fair enough, you could do that. I don't have that number. Maybe you do. Maybe Naomi does or Beth does.
We don't need to do that tonight, though, do we?
No, but I just wanted to point out that it's a significant increase if all of the articles are adopted.
Well, it might be.
$1.14.
So noted. Okay.
Moving on.
Well, that's the difference between the
I gotta keep.
proposed budget and the default.
Right, but we're not on that right now. We're just sticking with
I'm not
this.
talking about that different.
Talking about all the
I'm-
articles.
No, I'm talking about if everything passes,
not doing-
including the difference between the default and the,
It was as good as Neil wanted.
if the proposed budget passed, as well as all of the articles, I had $1.14 was the increase.
Versus not passing anything.
Right. Well, yeah. It would still be an increase with the default, but
Right.
not as much.
Okay, blurb. Neil. Anybody else is welcome to chime right in here.
I personally like what Neil said, and if there's an opportunity, and this is the first year for me to talk about that there hasn't been a hire in X many years, and
We
14%
need to check
increase
out
in
the-
road.
My notes from when he spoke to us said 25 years.
He did say 25.
He did say 25 years.
The town has not hired a new DPW employee.
An additional.
Driver.
An additional.
An additional.
An additional. Has not expanded.
Increase in.
Has
Oh,
not
that's a good point.
expanded
Increase
its
in
The
staff.
staff level has
DPW
not
staff
increased for
levels.
25 years.
25 years, while its responsibilities have increased. For example,
6
road,
miles.
road mileage in town has gone up by, what is it, 6?
6
Six
miles.
mileage,
Out, and we had
20
73, we're now up to
intersections,
79.
traffic changes.
Does anybody?
I don't know the number. Just remember he said it was 6 miles.
I think Tammy's got the best notes.
Do we need to put that in, or can we just say an
No.
increase in 6
I don't know
miles?
if it's necessary.
But six,
roads.
6 miles is only significant based on what you had. If 6 miles compared to 5 million miles, it means nothing.
It's actually relative to the routes. If you listen to what he had said, he talked about how many miles each route is.
which equals
So if we're
Sounds
gonna-
like another plow route.
Right.
That's exactly what he said. So
Plus
the
the-
equivalent of one plow route?
There you go.
Yes, there you go.
Plus the 20
So
intersections.
we're gonna add you
and
to the
traffic
blurb
changes that
department
were
now.
added.
I can't type.
No, but you can talk.
Yeah.
Matt can
That
type like
sounds
crazy.
bigger than the 6 miles.
I'm sure trying. Okay, so I have the town has not increased DPW staff levels in the last 25 years despite expanding the responsibilities of its employees, including 6 miles of new road, the equivalent of 1 additional plow route, plus 20 intersections and interchanges.
Good job,
What, you're
Matt.
additional.
And those are actually the bigger time sink, he said.
Right.
Then
Of-
there
of
was
which?
also the vacation schedule. We have to talk
Well,
about.
I don't know.
Nah,
I think that's enough.
then you're adding
I think
weeds.
that's
Yeah.
perfect.
This-
Keep them simple.
Too much
this will-
information and they
this
won't
will
read the
ensure-
whole blurb, they're
this
just
will-
out.
The flyer
this will
costs are
ensure
going
the level of service we have come to expect.
Adding
Yeah.
a new truck driver will ensure
Comes to mind the saying,
the town
"Camel
can
is a horse
continue
together by a committee."
providing the level of service.
We have come to expect.
I got one from today and I take a look at it.
Article 8,
Yes, go ahead. I have to approve this because we are short-staffed at the fire department. There are shifts they can't cover. And the voters have continuously approved these things in the sense that they want coverage. They voted for this over and over again. This is emergency services, and without it, we're in trouble, and other towns do not want to cover us. So,
And this continues a long-term plan that
Yes.
has been set in motion, and the voters seem to like it.
and the other thing that has been very well covered by the fire department and our fire chief is that this is not the intent to eventually have us have a full-time department that also has a union to it. They are working to make sure that we do not go in that
We can't-
direction.
yeah.
You can't
He's
control
not,
that.
not
Yeah,
controlling
don't
that,
put
but that is not
The
the
union
aim.
shows up, there's nothing he can do.
Well, they have to have a certain
have to have a
number of
certain number of
employees
people.
before that can happen. And these
can't just
8
be a union at
employees
4.
that brought us.
Do they really want to say that?
Isn't gonna get you
No,
to
but
that
I'm
level.
saying that as a person stating this.
I would move to recommend this article.
I'll second that.
Just to echo what Matt said, it is a continuation of a long-range plan. We've gone through different phases of trying to come up with the coverage, and each phase has moved us forward, but sometimes it's a slippage back because it didn't work, because, for example, a per diem who work part-time here and full-time in another community can't make it, so there are open shifts sometimes when you don't expect them. I think that for something as critical as the safety services, I can speak from experience on that, we should work toward what has been proposed and have shifts covered by 2 full-time employees.
Neil, could you please stay up with the rest of the group? Thank you. Yes, Neil?
The question I always have on these articles is whether or not putting in a half a year or a quarter of a year or 3/4 of a year is the right number. As I understand the fire chief, he said that last year he didn't make his hires until September 13th. If that's the case, and if this year is like last year, well, 2 ifs, this amount should be reduced significantly. Instead of half a year's expenses, it should be a quarter of a year's expenses, so that when the hire comes, the money is available, but we're not taxing people for an expense which will not occur.
I personally don't want to hamper chief at hiring people because we want to nitpick over this amount. We don't know that he doesn't have somebody he's looking at. We don't know how long it'll take. I don't want to hamper my department. That's me. Everybody else can chime in. Tammy?
May I ask Neil what you asked the chief so that it might expose relevant
I
information
asked
to the
him
rest
whether
of
the
us?
September 13th date that he told me before was correct.
All right.
Well, it would seem that if no one was hired, then no funds were withdrawn, so that at the end of the year, it wouldn't be expended anyway.
Yeah, it's a bottom line budget.
Right.
It's done the money anyway.
Well, you can't spend it, it's in an article, you can't spend it for anything but this person. So,
That's true. That's
let's
true
say
for
the
this
person
article.
didn't come till September, they're just not drawing out that person's pay for that full amount, so it's not expended. It's sort of, this article takes care of that problem.
Why do you think this chief then put in for half a year rather than a full year?
To make it look better.
Let's not be too cynical.
It does.
The problem, the problem with Chris's approach is that, I think that she fails to recognize that if you put an extra $35,000 here, that means our tax rates have to go up to cover that. Chris is saying, oh, wait, if there's $35,000 in here that you don't spend, we get it back next year. Maybe. But then the selectmen can decide whether to give it back to us, whether to keep it in unreserved balance over which we have no control, or whether to do as they're doing in the police car articles, taking that money and using it to offset and make it more attractive than it otherwise would be, the purchase, in this case, of police vehicles.
I'd like to ask a question of Naomi. The Board of Fire Wards is in charge of the budget for the fire department, yes or no?
Yes.
So, if this warrant article is approved and it moves into their money, can the town just walk around taking money out of their budget, which they're in charge of?
Yep.
The insinuation is yes, which is true, but I will tell you that there's money gone back and we stayed away from wages. The fire department didn't spend a dime of his wage money on anything. That's going back. So I know it's speculation, but at the same time, you have some department heads that, I mean, you guys can see what was left. We didn't spend it all. I know it's bottom line, we didn't spend it all. It's $321,000 in just not budgeted money that we didn't spend because of hires that didn't get made, things like that. So there was money there. They kept under control and they didn't spend it. So I know everybody can say and have the sarcasm of, the bottom line. I understand that. It's just reality. But at the same time, I know for a fact he didn't spend one dime of payroll money on anything because he returned every dime of payroll that he didn't use. And he didn't hire on time, so that got returned as well.
Something before we go forward. We're going to have passion about how we discuss things. God knows you see me doing that. However, when we're discussing this, we do not ever imply that whosever article we're discussing is less than forthcoming. We do not attack people. So when we're framing what we say, let's think twice about how we phrase it and keep it professional. Going forward, more discussions. Yes?
I just have a clarifying question for Neil. Neil, are you referring to the difference between the hire coming on in June versus September? Is that what we're really talking about? Is the 3 months difference is your concern?
Right.
I just want to make sure I was following you.
I like to appropriate the correct amount of money. If in fact the chief can hire on July 1st, then this is correct.
Yeah.
If in fact the past is a predictor of the future and he can't hire until September, then this should be a smaller amount of money. The less that we put into the budget, the lower the taxes are going to be.
I completely understand that point. Yeah, I got that. I just want to make sure I was clear on the timeline. So what if the chief, and I'm just going to throw out there, what if he finds a candidate now that he starts interviewing and he's waiting for the vote and he has a candidate to come on and this is the wrong amount of money, and I'm not being facetious, what happens?
The answer is very simple. If he really wants that candidate, he can take money from another line and pay that candidate and delay some other purchase. Maybe the second candidate doesn't come on till December.
Where would he take the money from? For the record, it's not that simple to make.
He has a budget.
Anywhere out of his budget.
The fire department is unlike any other department in town, with the exception of the library. The fire department is operated by a board of fire wards. Once we approve the bottom line of their budget, whatever it is, it's not the selectmen who control that expenditure, it's the board of fire wards.
I understand. So what you're saying is, though, that's the assumption that if he finds, theoretically, he finds someone to hire them in July or June, whenever that is, that he will have the money in the rest of his budget, or he's taking it from something that he might need it for.
You have to make
in your scenario. I'm not totally not being sarcastic.
It's true that if you presume that the hire is going to be on September 15th or September 30th, and you only appropriate that much money, and in fact he is an earlier hire, then obviously, because he wants to hire, it's important. He'll take the money from somewhere else in his budget and delay that purchase or delay those actions. On the other hand, if in fact he can't hire, if you appropriate for July 1st, as this warrant article does, and in fact he doesn't hire at all because the market just doesn't allow him to do that, then we've taxed the taxpayers unnecessarily. it's really a crapshoot. I mean, because nobody knows, including the chief, when the hire is going to occur. Unless he already has people in mind, and he never told us that.
I was actually just going to suggest that this might be a time if we want to ask the chief.
Getting there, but I had to wait till somebody stopped talking before I could ask the chief
he
for
was
his
done?
input.
Polite.
Would you please?
I don't think so. Why are we talking to people in the audience now?
We should not be.
Tom had his hand up first.
Department head.
We'll address this. Go ahead, Tom.
Well, I think the 6 month is reasonable. If he put in for 39 weeks, which would have been a hire at the beginning of April, would be totally unreasonable because we don't pass anything until March. But I think waiting until July 1st and billing from then on, it is a reasonable approach that gives almost 3 months time to recruit somebody. And I'm sure that would be his desire, not to wait to December. But he might end up losing a candidate if he didn't have the money. But maybe not. I mean, but I'm just saying that, to me, that 6 month period makes sense. 39 weeks wouldn't make sense to me, but that's where I'm coming from. So I'm content with the article as it's written.
It's certainly reasonable. And it's true, as Chris said, that if the money isn't spent, the money will go back to the bottom line and go back into the I'm sorry.
You've made your point several times over, as people remind me I do. It's time for Nicole.
Is there a best practice? Because this obviously applies to library, police, and everyone else when you're hiring. So is there a best practice on how many months are normally done based on the
Until
fiscal
this,
year?
no, there has not been. We have not, no. Now, if we're going to suddenly start instituting that, then it needs to be across the board. You're absolutely correct. Now, I'm going to ask the committee, because I had said we would not ask anybody else to speak. Do we want to ask for clarification from the fire chief?
I thought he said he had a question.
Just
A comment.
You may ask me a question.
If it is funded at less than 26 weeks, does the authority exist that I could hire someone before 26 weeks? Because
Yes.
it's not a funded position.
That would,
That's my concern.
well, that's not our purview. And that comes under the heading how your money is distributed through the Board of Fire Wards. I don't know how this article is affected by that.
I'm just saying, I mean, we embarked on a whole, last year's delay was because first time we ever hired 2 full-time people. I'll say quickly and get out of here. So last year we embarked on a whole new thing, was 2 full-time people. So we did go through several people, but trying to come up with a schedule and things like that, we learned a lesson. So I think he has a plan of how he's going to move forward. I don't think you're going to see September. I think you're going to see us go quicker. That's just, the delay was we didn't know.
Laurie?
Further discussion, yes.
I was going to ask a question for the board.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering if I recall this correctly. In our discussions with the chief, I thought we were talking about a potential part-timer that was already on the books that would become full-time. And if that is the case, then I would think that this amendment is appropriate. And I'll leave it at that, unless I'm wrong.
That was my impression. Does anybody else have different impressions?
You're laughing with me and not at me.
With you. Always with you.
Okay. Do we have any more discussion? And do, Tammy?
Megan had her hand up. I was just.
What's this? What's Megan doing?
She had her hand up. I was just gonna say, like, if somebody wants to change the article, shouldn't that be for deliberation session? We're supposed to be voting on yes or no.
That's right.
Not
We're not
digesting
fixing
the article and
articles.
saying that you should have had this many months or weeks, and like if we have that problem, then it should be brought up at deliberation session or when he brought up the article
Have somebody
before. Can
amend
we
it
just
at
move on and vote?
I think that's a misunderstanding of how the Finance Committee works. If we have a problem with the amount of money in an article, then we should not recommend it. Then, if fire chief wants to change the amount and makes a proposal at the deliberative session, then we would react to that. We react to what's there.
But Neil?
And so if I'm not going to vote for this because I think it's too much money, okay? With an expectation that, assuming that everybody else votes the same way, that the fire chief will come back with an amendment to this because he's heard the discussion. If in fact I'm the only one who votes against it and folks vote in favor of it, the fire chief understands that he's got the right number there.
But that's not the way you phrased it. You phrased it as if basically asking him to change it right now, as if we're at deliberation session, instead of saying, I don't agree with it because I feel that it should be less number of months. You phrased it as if saying, I think it should be changed right now, and that's where I'm disagreeing.
I agree. If that's the way I phrased it, I was in error. That is not the way it's supposed to be done. But
That's the way you phrased it several times.
then I apologize. I misstated.
Further
think this is-
discussion? Need a motion?
Motion to
There is one on the floor.
Seconded.
Vote? All in favor? Ayes?
It's easier to count the nays.
10,
Nays?
and no abstentions.
We're out of people. Okay, zooming.
We have blurb.
Good night.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Well, we got one from last year. Should be pretty close.
Yeah. What do we got from last year, Matt? I'm trying to move faster than.
No. Does anyone know what number it was last year?
No.
No.
We could say the Finance Committee approves this article. It continues to follow the plan that was voted on last year going forward for the fire department, to bring it to a full-service
I
department.
found it. Last year said, with so many of our residents working out of town, Ware lacks sufficient reliable on-call and per diem firefighter EMTs to provide around-the-clock coverage. This results in daytime scheduling difficulties and a dramatically longer response time in the evening and night shifts. These two new full-time positions represent a first step in dealing with the daytime issues. The fire chief and board of fire wards indicated that we are in a position of transitioning to a hybrid department, which would combine an increased number of full-time EMT firefighter positions, complemented by per diem and on-call personnel.
Can't we just use that and add second step?
Only you could
Yeah.
say we are now in the second step
Yeah.
because the town
Make it easy.
continues to field the same.
Eliminate that first.
That whole first
portion.
blurb, yeah, just starting with, this is the second step, and which, and then everything else sounds correct.
You guys need to be separated.
We're going to change these.
Is it a 4-year plan? We're adding 8 total, 2 per year?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, maybe not 4 years, but 4 steps.
Barriers
Well,
up
yeah,
between
I
the
mean,
children.
the way he explained it, it was 2 per year to get the 8.
I mean that it may take longer than 4 years.
Yes.
Yes, but
Maybe we say 4 steps.
I did.
yes,
Fair
that's
enough.
Well said.
Okay, I'll copy the rest of that.
Where did we go?
9.
Article 9.
Are we tabling that or?
The only thing that changed there, I believe, was just adding that it was for the library.
Yeah. We're gonna make the increase to the library.
She said she's just
Yeah.
adding the library wording, so. probably could
Discussion?
vote on it.
Discussion? Neil?
Under the now deceased director, Sullivan, this library really changed significantly over the past 3-4 years, however long he's been in the world. But all of the different programs that he introduced and that have found some followings. If the library does not get this additional money, these people, they will not have the manpower to continue those programs. And therefore, we'll still have Saturday openings, we'll still have the same number of hours, but the programs that are being offered, which are outside of these these hours or occur during these hours that require additional people are not going to happen. And there are a lot of people in town, I think, who have come to appreciate that. So from my point of view, rather than diminish services that we, as it were, come to enjoy, we should approve this article so that we can continue to get those services.
I disagree with this article because with the lack of a director at the library right now, we are having a salary that is not being used that's already in the budget. We also have $20,000 that is, if it gets passed, it's already in the proposed budget for a raise to the new director. And since the new director is not brought on board, we have more than enough money in that budget because it's a bottom line budget, as everybody keeps reminding us, that will more than cover people's extra hours.
What this does, though, is approve something different, like moving somebody to full-time, as well as the dollar amount. It moves somebody to full-time, moves down part-time, and then adds more part-time hours. I respectfully disagree.
Because I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Even though it's a bottom line budget, they couldn't, without us passing this article, move someone from part-time to full-time.
I don't believe
The
so.
library, they can.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can.
The library is an independent organization like the fire wards, and they can, as long as we give them the money, they can use it for any purpose they wish.
I don't think that's true.
They can make full-time
Read the
positions.
statute.
Well, as long as, and I asked about this before I worked there, the library is in the selectmen's warrant article.
Yeah.
The selectmen have the authority to move money up and down the lines in their warrant article. And they have. They took my health insurance the second year I was working because they had a crunch. And I wasn't subscribing that year. Then my husband got laid off and it was fine. But they do have the authority to draw from the lines in the selectmen's warrant article.
But do these authority to make a full-time position, which basically is retirement benefits and health benefits?
Do they to create a new position?
Yes, that's what we're doing here. I'm gonna create a new full-time position. And I'm just
Right.
asking, I don't know, but that's not just 40 hours. That's retirement benefits and health benefits and other benefits.
Right. Are you asking if the library does?
The town, the library, anybody, do they have the
Trustees.
authority to do it without this article passing?
What does
May
the
I read something?
RSA say?
This is not from the RSA, this is from the New Hampshire Library Trustees Association, page 18 of 52 of their April 2016 trustee manual, presenting the budget. The appropriate agency is the city council, generally, but consult your municipal charter. Budget committee, not us, but a formal budget committee. They decide the bottom line only. Board of Selectmen or Town Council, they decide the bottom line of the budget only. So, whatever appropriation we give to the library, this money, as a special article, plus whatever is in the budget, once it goes from us to them, they can spend it any way they wish. They can create full-time positions, they could eliminate full-time positions, whatever the trustees of the library want to do with that money. And the selectmen, as I understand it, I'm shocked to hear you say that they could rescind. I didn't know that they could, because it's bottom line. But if they can, or maybe they did it and they didn't know that they couldn't.
What happened, just, I don't want to prolong this, but I think probably what happened that year, there was $100,000 cut, and it had to be divided among all departments, and so there was an equal division made among all departments, and it was legal to have one of the divisions be the library because it was across the board.
Folks check that.
Yes, we did.
So just to finish that, let's say they did do that, a full-time position with all the benefits, that would not be in the following year, would it?
The default budget would be the bottom line.
No, if they create a full-time position, this warrant article doesn't pass. They create a full-time position with all the dependent costs associated with that. If they created that without a vote on it, it would not appear in the following year default budget, correct? That's a full-time position.
I think it would.
It would have
Isn't
to.
it a contract?
No,
not
not contract.
Not contract.
So not
I think it would, because the same thing happened with the Board of Fire Wards, with the
because
So
it's
you're
an
saying they can
entity.
so you're saying they can-
budget.
So you're saying they can create, essentially, they can basically boost the default budget by doing that?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't think so. I think that they're stuck, if, let's assume the library's budget is $100,000, and they get an extra $10,000 in this warrant article.
Say they
Now
don't
up-
get it.
Sorry?
Say they don't get it. Full-time position anyway.
As long as their total doesn't go over 100,000, I think they've met their default budget obligations. I don't know this, I'm speculating. I don't think that they have a line item concept as the town does, where you look at every single line and say, well, maybe we don't need to
I'm going to ask Naomi to weigh
No,
in.
I'm just gonna, in a whole lieu of transparency, you wanna vote on Benji's raise, I think you have to vote on making somebody else full-time if you're gonna tie benefits and stuff to it. When I was a land use coordinator, I was part-time. When I went to full-time, it was a warrant article, and you increased the whole thing that came with it, the wages, the whole package. So
But
I
isn't this a
believe,
separate warrant article? Separate from the library? Aren't they doing that?
Yes, but what if it doesn't pass? You can argue that they can still
Yeah,
create
you're
full-time
still
position.
arguing-
I'm with Naomi.
I agree with you that they shouldn't.
wow.
I'm only talking to you about, I'm only talking about what they can do. Just as I disagree with you about what you're doing, even though you can.
I'm going
We're
to,
going,
hang on a second. Naomi, I am going to make a request, please. By next week, because we can always revisit these wonderful things once we come to a decision, would you please check with whoever we need to check with, the RSA that governs the libraries, to what extent they can create, minimize, move money around, see what their full authority is, so that we will go to a vote tonight, and we can always adjust it next week, but we can't keep rehashing what we don't know, because we don't know. It's really neat to say, hey, but we don't know.
I move to recommend this article so we can get the discussion moved on.
I second it.
Number 9 out of 24.
Agreed. Any more discussion? Motions? Seconds?
Seconded already.
Yeah, I seconded it.
Chirp loudly.
I did.
I got it.
It was loud.
Oh, he's closer to me
Vote. All in favor? 9. Against?
2, 3, 4.
Article 10.
Nope.
No.
Blurb.
Oh, blurb, sorry. I don't know what to tell you about this one. Tom?
I gotta read it first.
I can't do it. I'm a minority here.
I have to vote on this because there's no tax impact?
We're talking
Has a
about-
dollar
Look
amount.
on the blurb, Tom.
No,
Oh, I'm
9.
sorry, the blurb.
Look at you for the blurb.
Oh, why are you looking at me for the blurb? I voted against it.
But you're good at
Stick the
blurbs.
blurb in.
Was it?
We can refer back to last year. It says it was Article
I mean,
12.
we could use part of Neil's that he said to keep up with all the,
All the programs that are
Um,
being offered.
yes,
keep
everything
them
that's
going.
being, that was being offered with Mike there.
Well, actually,
That doesn't make sense with the
the
salaries.
job descriptions of the support staff had all the programming in it. Mike took it out of theirs and started doing it, but this person, whoever it is, whichever one it was, has in their job description programs.
Mhm.
So now they can do more programs.
It's always been there.
Yeah.
Well, then you've got the blurb. It would maintain or increase programming opportunities in the library and provide adequate staff for Saturdays. That was a big part of what the discussion is.
Okay, we're putting you on.
A public blurb.
So I don't understand. Well, we already had our own discussion, so I'll leave it.
It'll probably come back up next week, so just hang on to it, Matt.
We got 2.
Scuttling over to number 10.
I move to recommend this article.
Second.
Tax impact.
Can I just ask a question on this? If it's a personal trust, why would voters have to approve?
Because it set up in this case so that the voters still have to approve the expenditure from it. It doesn't come out of tax money, it comes out of whatever the trust was. This article, by the way, if I understand correctly, is exactly the same as last year because they didn't spend it last year, so they had to come back and put it in all over again, so that if you look at it and say, gee, didn't we just spend 10,000 last year? No, we didn't spend it, but they had to reappropriate it this year in order to spend it.
Hey, can I clarify one thing on that, Tom? They spent half of it. They spent about $5,000, the chief said. So they didn't spend all of the 10,000 last year.
Well, I understood.
none.
I
No,
understood
he
you
did
didn't
say they
spend
spent
it.
some.
They spent at least half of it.
Oh, okay.
His point was we didn't spend it all, but it's the same. And the money's there for it.
And it's their trust, they just need approval.
Does the approval run out at the end of the year?
Yes, that's what he said. That's exactly what he said, as a matter of fact. He said we didn't get any more before the end of the year.
He said they spent $5,200, and they're doing $10,000 again to finish spending what they wanted to, finish buying what they wanted to buy, plus more.
Did the chief say that this could be used by the police, for example?
God,
Or is it exclusively for
He
fire?
did say the
No,
trust was
no.
exclusively for the fire
It's
department.
strictly fire, and they split they had an exercise area, that split, everybody's separate. Nobody goes into anybody else's turf. It makes everything nice and clean, we don't have any more problems like that again.
I think it was phrased fire department and rescue squad or something like that, so there were two mentions in there, but it wasn't the police department.
Okay. More discussion? Motion to accept?
Who
Already
to
have a
recommend?
motion.
Who seconded that?
Lori? Tom moved, Lori said.
Lori seconded it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Just had it.
Thank you.
You're better at this than I
Call
am.
for vote. Ayes? It's unanimous, I think.
Yes. 8-0.
Blurb. Do we have a blurb from last year yet?
Oh.
Oh.
Then I would have that.
I just looked, it wasn't in the.
Call Bill.
Yeah, here it is. This purchase would be made out of a private bequest trust fund. There's no tax impact, and it is supported by the fire department.
Nice.
Straight and simple.
Sounds good.
Even though, don't you have to mention that this is like part two? Otherwise they're gonna get confused.
It's the same bequest.
Article 11.
Tabled that.
No,
Skip that.
please no, please no.
Well,
Unless you want to talk about serviceable versus
Oh,
fully
well,
equipped.
that could be interesting. Article 12. I'm for this. I like my road plow.
It's a safety issue. He showed us the picture of the one that is almost not there. I think we need to say for safety and for road maintenance because of the breakdowns.
So,
Continuous program.
This is, yeah, a long-term plan. Every year,
I'll
new
second.
truck. As long as we keep doing that, we won't ever have to get more than one.
We should call for a vote.
There's a motion on
Motion
we
Keith just put the
seconded.
motion. Second, yes.
Who's that?
and Tom.
I move to recommend it.
Ayes?
Unanimous.
It's unanimous. You should have a blurb for this one.
Article,
Wrong.
Last year.
Nobody's got Bill's stuff.
what year is this though?
Jeez. Okay. Say there was one last year.
Article 17. The only thing I
Every
don't
year.
have in one of the places, but
maybe just this article keeps us on pace
Yeah,
to
I
replace
can-
one truck a year.
It'd be nice to say what it replaces.
It replaces.
Was it the 96 Volvo or something?
No, that was the big, that was the 10-wheel.
We could leave that blank and Benji could tell us.
No, it's
They're moving the 1999 truck.
2004 Volvo.
yeah, Volvo six-wheeler.
Nope.
2004 Volvo six-wheeler.
Yeah.
keeps with our long-term plan to replace one plow truck per year to maintain the fleet. This year, a 2004 Volvo six-wheeler will be replaced.
Great.
Do we want to put anything about it? Sorry. Do we want to put anything in there about the long-term plan to reduce equipment repair costs? Because that was the crux of it. He gave us the number and how much it rose. It was pretty significant.
That over?
So it's not an immediate impact, but as he replaces the fleet,
Yeah.
I just don't remember. I just remember him talking about it. It's probably an ever increasing equipment repair.
So what do you want me to add?
Is there something from last year along those lines? Do you know?
It says, the increased capacity will make winter plowing operations more efficient. This purchase continues the town's 3-year effort in this area with the potential to reduce maintenance costs in the future.
That's pretty much says the same thing. So. Not reinvent the wheel.
Okay.
9 years behind.
Well, instead of 3 years, scheduled replacement plan. Because that keeps us from making the budget a scheduled plan.
Use the town's, what did you say, scheduled replacement plan? With the expectation of reduced maintenance costs in the future.
Reduce that.
That's good information for deliberative session.
Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody's gonna ask how old I am.
How old are you?
How old are you?
Sure, Keith. Give it a guess.
You good, Matt?
Yes?
Okay, Article 13.
I'll move to recommend that one.
I will second that.
Discussion?
It's not a one-ton.
Fully serviceable.
No, I mean, I think that, honestly, I think for all the equipment that Benji proposed, and there wasn't a lot, I think he he articulated very well why they needed it, how it's gonna eventually reduce our long-term costs, the safety of his people that are working. He's even got a very good plan about how to use the equipment. It's crystal clear to me. I don't know why we wouldn't wanna recommend this.
Any differing opinions? Okay, so we've had a first and a second. Call for a vote. All in favors, hands up. 13 zip. You should have a blurb for this, Matt, changing the name, but we have enough vehicles we've passed that you could probably use the one above it and
It's
just
almost exactly the same as.
swipe out the title of the vehicle.
Just say we like the picture of this one.
It's the same game plan.
Dennis likes the color.
No, but you gotta be careful, 'cause this is not part of the
ongoing.
ongoing replacement.
No, it
This is just,
isn't.
this is a one-off.
That wasn't last year.
It is a replacement, but it's not part of the
And it's-
plan for the year or whatever it was.
If I remember correctly, he was using a much smaller truck to do some of the activities
That's
he's
right.
gonna use with this one, right?
But it is going to the highway truck equipment and
Yeah, that's
equipment
correct.
replacement
We're
reserve
selling
fund.
So it's used for light plowing, patching, and other maintenance.
Is this
I
an
would just say for
additional
specialty-
vehicle?
No, this is
No.
replacement for an existing vehicle, but it's not one of the big plow
No,
trucks.
right,
Yeah,
that's what I
but
thought.
we- But we've had this all along.
What is it that it replaces? Do we know?
A one-ton.
Do we know the year,
I-
mileage,
We
hours?
have it somewhere.
Yes.
See, it gets to
I usually like to include that information in our blurb so people know what,
I
that
bet you
like,
they'll find it quicker.
the equipment that's being replaced is really out of service.
Public Works. No, that's not it. That sounds familiar.
I had it
Do you know the year?
written down 5,500.
2006, 4,500, one ton.
Chevy 4500.
Yeah, there you go.
We're just gonna, you've won.
Is that all we want to say?
So he's getting a really nice truck for a really crummy one.
So read what you've got and we'll tell you if it's good.
All I have so far is this article replaces a 2006 Chevrolet 4500.
Well, one thing we talk about is the fact that it's safer for, doing the coal patch, because it's got the side drop doors.
Yeah.
It wasn't worded right.
Side joints, yeah.
I'm sure Neil will improve on that.
The redesigned, what is that called, like the body?
Yes.
It's like a drop side.
Body, improves safety,
13-0 pretty much says the story.
I don't think we have to
Yeah,
get real wordy on
department
it. We're
employees.
13 zip on it, so we're pretty
Yeah.
clear that we want it.
Well, right, but you have to make the
Taxpayers
case
will-
to the
yeah.
taxpayer too.
Right, but
Yeah, next week too, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
We're not going back to these.
Right, we would have to have a motion to
These
reconsider it,
meetings,
and that
yeah,
won't
do
pass.
So Matt, so some input on this. If I remember the discussion, they were overworking the truck that they were using for this. So this truck is more appropriate for the mission,
Right.
to quote the chief, as well as it's safer for the workers, such as
That
for
sounds
roadside
good.
patches.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
see, I told you you were good at blurbs. A blurb king.
Flattery gets you nowhere. What's that? Yeah, that's got more weight
good?
capacity, is what he was saying.
Okay, Article 14.
I would move to recommend. It's pretty straightforward, we're either for it or against it. There's not much discussion. That's to add to the bridge fund.
Isn't this the last of the four?
Of the original four.
Yeah, the original.
The original request.
Depends on
If they find
future. I
another
mean,
bridge that needs help.
I've recommended along the way that they keep putting something in there because these aren't the only 3 bridges in town that are gonna go.
Benji said
But
that.
as far as, this should be enough to do the town's 20% on the 4 bridges that need, 3 bridges that need to be
And that's
replaced.
what the blurb needs to say. Take last year's blurb and change third to fourth and last. If what you were talking about is a very different thing than what we've been telling the voters we supported this for.
I
We've
don't
been
believe
telling
if
them
you
that
look
we.
back at the wording, I don't think it's ever said last, or it said third.
No.
But I don't believe there's
Matt,
ever
what
been a
does the
time when.
Matt, it's Article
Say.
20 from last year.
Can I just,
I also have the one from 2 years ago, which
Could be
might be
wrong.
different.
what Benji had stated was that it is possible that with inflation and everything, that there may need to be, that they could do the River Road Bridge, absolutely, but that when we do get chosen, that there may have to be another article just to cover the difference between what's in the fund and what it actually costs, because this is based off of what they were quoted 4 or 5 years ago.
So this is the third payment to secure the,
Fourth.
excuse me, I'm sorry.
Fourth.
The fourth payment to secure our place in line for the state to repair our
Yes.
red bridges.
Yes.
Yes.
Given the
Yes.
quote that we had 4 years ago.
Based on the, yeah, but,
Based on it, based
Yeah.
on the, yeah.
That's all we need to
so do we
say.
Yeah,
want
I
to
don't
say
even
it?
think we have to say based
think
on.
people
Well,
understand.
based on our 20% requirement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah.
So all that changed in last year's blurb was 2 to 4, I mean,
Yes.
to 2 to 3. So I changed that to 4. Now it reads, 3 of the town's bridges are in need of major repair. They are River Road Bridge and Lowell and Francistown Road culverts. A state grant will cover 80% of the costs, but the town must have the other 20% set aside, or the state money will go to projects in other towns. The town's cost share for these projects, I'm going to change this to was projected to be $400,000.
We haven't
We have not
on it.
voted. Nobody put a motion in. No.
Move to
420.
approve, move to recommend.
Second.
Probably should vote before we put it right.
Oh,
This will be the,
second.
this will be the,
already.
No, we didn't.
I
On
thought
the
we voted
bridge
on the.
one?
is it 420? It was 400.
On
We
Article
voted on the
14?
trucks. We voted
Oh,
on
we haven't
14.
voted on it yet.
I don't remember putting my hand
Yeah,
up.
it's been wrong in all our blurbs.
We're doing the blurs before we're voting.
Was last year, that's good enough.
Well, I
So
moved it, I don't know.
we have a
Second.
motion and a second. Neil, motion, I second.
I thought it was Tom.
Okay, Tom.
Okay, Tom second.
No,
I don't
you
really
first.
care who
Right,
goes
just
down
let's
there.
vote.
Tom moved.
I know that I did.
It's getting late.
Who's
Yeah,
second?
it is.
I can't imagine what the senators
Second.
thought right now.
Fine.
You have the blurb.
Let's have the vote.
Let's go
Can
for
we
the
have the
vote.
vote?
All in
Let's vote
favor,
for the
say
vote.
aye.
Hands.
Raise hands so we can count.
Everybody.
13 zip.
I don't want to be on that bridge when it goes.
Getting
I
late.
know.
Yeah.
Drive fast.
Okay.
If I'm here another hour, I will.
Article 15.
This is the traditional road article. I don't think there's any question about that we need to do this.
Just $20,000 more.
Move to recommend.
Second. Are you okay, Matt?
Mm-hmm. Still going.
What did you do the year he wasn't here?
Do we
That's what I
need
want to know.
discussion?
It was ugly.
A lot of stuff to keep up with.
We had Bill. We had Bill Anderson do
Bill
it.
did it, yeah.
He actually did it as a home project.
Are you up with us, or are we still waiting for you?
We have the committee supports this recurring article funding maintenance and repair of the town's roads. State funding helps reduce the cost to taxpayers.
Wait, are you on the?
Oh, we're
We haven't
we're
voted yet
voting.
on 15.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
waiting for.
Keep going, you're good.
So, we have a first and a second, so is there any discussion against this?
Or for it.
I'm for it.
I'm for it.
Well,
So,
we're gonna see that when you raise your hand.
all in favor?
I said or for it.
Yeah.
That's why I said I'm for it.
Now you can read your blurb.
Okay.
I love it.
13.
Yes. Do you get punchy at night?
Yes, hell yes, I'm way past my bedtime.
The committee supports this recurring article funding maintenance and repair of the town's roads. State funding helps reduce the cost to taxpayers. Even with this level of funding, we will continue to fall behind in maintaining the town's roads.
Good enough.
That's what it was 2 years ago.
Wait, I'm not sure we want to say that after that big bond issue. I think-
No, look at
Let's
that.
say.
Well, it's still true, though.
I actually don't, well, I think it's getting closer. No, not even close?
I think we need
No.
to put that in a positive frame
Yeah, it's-
somewhere.
I like Chris's idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This gets us a little caught up.
Yeah, but I think
last
what
year
we
we
need to
said
say,
Article
Well,
19.
this is,
Thank you.
this is specifically
another
for
baby step.
rebuilding roads.
yes, let's put it in those terms.
It's not a preservation, the bond was for preservation.
Well, rebuilding
This
is
for
preservation.
rebuilding.
This is for rebuilding roads that are beyond light maintenance.
Tom, could you explain the difference between the bond and this? I didn't catch.
The
what you
bond
said.
wasn't meant to go for rebuilding any section of the roads. If you remember when Jack Dearborn came in with a presentation, and he and Benji rode the town roads and classified them all as red or yellow or green. And they wanted to keep those yellows from turning to red and the greens from turning to yellows. So the preservation bond was to put money into saving those roads and adding to the life of them. Whereas the rebuild means grind it right down, like they did your road and a few years ago, right down and start over again with grading and top coat, bottom coat 1 year, top coat the next.
So the statement that we're not really there is accurate to the extent that there are a lot of red roads that we're not going to be able to cover with only $500,000.
It'll take care of,
Well, not,
if you take the whole amount, it's gonna do about 2.5 miles of road over the 2-year period, which includes the top coat. That's all.
but that doesn't balance, that's not just your question. The question is $500,000 over whatever number of years is appropriate, kill all the red roads? And according to Ricky, no, it doesn't quite yet.
So even if we appropriate $500,000 every single year,
Apparently, we will not catch up
We
with red
still will not
roads if you
catch up.
buy
red roads.
what
Ricky, would you like to come up to the podium since everybody's alluding to you?
The other night, when we were talking to Benji about this, he said that he's gonna start increasing that warrant
Well, I know
article
that.
every year
Yeah.
to try and catch up to it. But, I mean, I figured it out when we were talking about the bond before, and the number was like 30 miles that we're gonna get preservation with the bond. But like Tom said, it only covers about 2.5 miles, and I can think of 3 or 4 developments right now that are like 8 miles worth. It's just gonna be years to get to it.
So I added a sentence saying increasing the,
And there's also other things that come out of that too. There's the dirt road right now that he's trying to put in the budget. Exactly. So.
I just want to be careful because you just passed a big bond last year. I don't want to make people think.
right. I removed that last, I'll just read it from the beginning because it's short. The committee supports this recurring article funding maintenance and repair of the town's roads. State funding helps reduce the cost to taxpayers. Increasing the funding amount of this article moves the town closer to keeping up with maintaining the town's roads.
There
This
you
is
go.
not maintenance and reconstruction. It's road reconstruction.
Right.
And
Yes.
resurfacing, not maintenance.
Yeah, we
No,
can't,
maintaining.
Okay.
Rebuilding a road is maintaining it.
I would agree.
No, no.
That's
Most
not-
of us think of, I think, when you maintain a road, you might be putting a little bit of top coat on it or a sealer or something.
You're right.
But you're reconstructing here. That's not an accurate statement
Well,
of what
this
this
is-
money is used for.
yeah, this
Okay.
is severely damaged roads.
I
Right.
think it might be splitting hairs because it says resurfacing, which is a type of, you're maintaining the core of what's underneath it, the foundation.
But resurfacing sounds like the bond issue.
What would be a better way to say it?
This is actually grinding the base up and like
Yeah.
putting new gravel and
Reconstruction
everything.
and resurfacing.
And resurfacing.
Presumably of the
Okay,
same
so-
road.
Right. So if you say reconstruction, I think
Yeah,
that-
reconstructing.
So should I say, keeping up with reconstructing the town roads?
Reconstructing roads that are beyond repair.
Yeah. Okay.
Just drive on Thorndike Road, you'll know.
Depends on what
I
part.
know, I walked that a
First
lot.
part's nice.
Okay.
some of it's pretty good.
Yeah.
We good?
Some of it'll kill your car.
You good, Matt?
Yes, I am.
Do we say anything in here about the bond? Like last year, we said, we had like this article goes hand in hand with Article 3, the road preservation and rehabilitation bond. This must pass if we are to maintain our existing roads.
I
I
think
wouldn't-
keep it simple.
yeah, I would
I think keep it simple.
And-
If you keep tying back to that bond, people are gonna feel like they're not getting anywhere and
Yeah.
their money isn't doing
Don't
what
even
they
remind
wanted.
them.
And if we'll have an opportunity at deliberative session, people will to question and get answers that go beyond this blurb.
And it may be that if there's a problem, we can revise the blurb after the deliberative session.
The nice thing about this is we have next week and we have plenty of time to revise blurbs after deliberative.
Did we already vote on this?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, it was unanimous.
You good, Matt?
Think so.
Okay.
Ready?
And you're saving this every 5
13
minutes.
That
I
was
mean, it's
15.
Google Docs, there's no save.
13-0.
Oh, sorry. Article 16.
Speaking of radio communications.
I move to approve this. We all know how
Recommend.
wonderful communication goes in New Hampshire, let alone where.
So, okay, is there a second, first of all?
To recommend, then?
I'll second it.
Okay. I had a question on this.
Go ahead.
Was this, when we looked at it the first time, was this establishing a capital reserve fund, or was this just appropriating money to replace the radio equipment?
It says establish a capital
The
reserve
first
fund.
time you looked at it, I had police there.
Oh.
Because we opted to do it for the entire emergency services, so instead of earmarking it for police, highway, or fire, we're gonna create a radio communication for the entire emergency services.
So that's why there's a new fund?
And is this specifically for the
Everybody.
radio sites and everything? Is that what that, we're talking about, a
You get-
future use for
If you're
that?
gonna talk about it, you have to come up here.
Yeah, she's only supposed to come up to answer questions that we
She's
have.
on.
We've already had our debate. Our
They
discussion,
asked a
rather.
question if it, what it covers, and that is a question that can have an answer.
I thought you'd answered that already.
So, as you guys know, we had a study done. It was very light from the emergency management system, and they said, what we see is we need a couple of radios at the dispatch center to start. That's what we think, but we don't know. And without doing a full topographical and having specialists come in, et cetera, like that, we don't exactly know what we need. But with that said, we know we have serious dead zones. Within the next 5 minutes, I'll put my pager on that table, and you'll hear that our crews will not get out from the Southwell Mobile Home Park. You won't hear any PD, and ours will be very scratchy as fire. So there's serious life safety with this. So again, we know that there needs to be improvements. We're thinking it's going to be 6+ figure items. We're talking towers, we're talking more voter sites, potentially removing the voter sites, going to microwave back and forth between relay. It's going to be huge, way above my pay grade. But big numbers. So this is a start, kind of like the bridge fund was, to make this happen. So.
So we should include that in the wording if we pass this.
Yeah.
It will be an ongoing
It's been ongoing for 20
high-ticket
years.
item, but necessary.
So this will be a recurring
Should we vote?
ask then, right, to keep
Yeah.
funding this fund?
Should we vote? So you can like,
Well, I want to know, is there any further discussion? Go to the vote. All in favor, raise your hands.
$11 and opposed? Oh, sorry, you have to call for that.
You're fine. Oh my God, we're zipping here.
Yeah.
Well, we need a blurb on it.
Blurb.
Blurb, Mr. Matt. We should,
This is brand new, right?
yeah.
Just because they
It
don't
should
have a
probably
plan,
say
they're just
something
asking
ab-
for money.
About the large geographic region of the town and the number of dead sites where emergency services cannot, the emergency services between the police and fire department cannot communicate
Due to the
properly.
topographical,
Well, now you're getting too deep for me. I don't know.
Well,
The challenge, it's just geographical challenges of radio waves and
And it's not just police and fire, it's basically.
it's everything. It's
It's
every-
highway department too, I mean.
Well, that's a great point. With all of our dispatch, including DPW, fire,
our
police,
three major
and rescue.
departments cannot get effective
That
communication.
makes more sense.
Because it's really dispatch.
And this was after we got an assessment, that this was,
Lightweight assessment, yes.
was a light.
Yeah, the assessment was,
Goffstown.
two guys from the state came down one afternoon, that was the assessment. It wasn't enough, but we need a lot more.
Did we give you enough there?
I think so. Well done. Okay, I have, due to the large geography of the town and the number of dead spots, DPW, fire, and police cannot have effective radio communications. This article would be a first step towards saving up for large capital expenditures to rectify the emergency services the emergency radio services in our community.
That's great if you could, but if you could add, you had the fire, your rescue and police, if you could add
Fire,
DP.
PD, and DPW.
DPW, fire, and
Okay,
police.
so fire includes rescue.
Mhm.
All right, good.
Oh, right.
No, I just, sounds good.
Awesome job, Matt. Article 17. Want to be cool?
You guys did tonight.
Just one.
I wasn't the only one.
Oh, no, it's warm in here.
It is
It's
warm.
very hot in here, as usual.
Wear a t-shirt next time.
Well, I know,
Right?
but you're wearing flannel, what are you doing?
I'm wearing a thermal. It's quite warm.
You don't have to, but if you have a bunch
You're wearing shorts next week.
I was gonna take flannel off, but I thought it would be kind of.
You're on TV.
Keep those guns wrapped up.
Yeehaw.
Okay, comments, discussions,
Do we,
giggle boxers over here?
it's getting late.
Are we talking about 17 now?
Yes, we are.
Please note that this is taking money out of the unreserved fund balance, which means money that would otherwise could be used in the selectmen's discretion to reduce taxes, and they're spending it by putting it into this fund. As much as I think there is some building maintenance that needs to be done, I think we have a pretty tall budget, and this is one area where if we didn't put any money in this year,
They could survive.
it might be an acceptable way to offset some of the other expenditures that we've voted to recommend. If somebody knows what the balance in this fund is, I don't, but
Well,
there's money in there now.
right, and we know that there's 300,000 going into it from this year's give back from the budget, correctly?
just what's in the capital reserve fund.
Oh, the capital
The building
reserve
maintenance.
fund? I thought you meant in the
Only about 50,000.
fund balance.
No, the government building and maintenance
The fund
capital
balance
reserve
is going to
fund.
be up by 322,000.
Right.
But this is talking about the government building and maintenance capital reserve fund, previously established. I don't know what the balance is in that fund.
Naomi, is that possible? Thank you.
It's just a little over 50,000. And what we had at the selectmen level years ago, we had kind of, when Mr. Butt was on there, we'd kind of come up with a number of 60 in case something goes wrong. There's a lot of buildings that covers, and they're aging.
Question. Sure. The new septic issue, would that be covered under?
Could come out of there, sure.
Could, okay.
Yeah. This building has a septic issue.
Oh.
I announced it on Monday.
Ah.
So we're kind of SOL if we don't do anything.
No pun intended.
Porta potties.
Stack them up outside.
Yeah, it's 3 degrees outside, I'm sure that'd be lovely.
It encourages in and out quickly. Oh, dear.
Was there a motion on this?
Yeah, I'll
one?
make a motion, we pass this. Vote on it.
To recommend.
Are you recommending?
Yeah, sure.
Can I ask a question?
Of course you can.
Is this the discussion we had about heating units and being down to one heating unit, with others are being disabled, and this is the fund it would come out of? Forgive me, I don't.
That's what it says in the article itself, actually, the air conditioning.
Air conditioning units. No, but we talked about heating, not air conditioning units, that's why
Is
I'm
there a
asking.
heating unit issue?
So currently, right now, you have all of these, and what we did is we had a company come over, and this is undersized, obviously you feel that. So what we were gonna do is we looked at a new furnace here and AC, but we're gonna leave the furnace, because it's only 2006, it's running well, and put in replacements with a heat pump. Heat pump's only $300. And then you can keep a constant, and those will have a heat pump in them.
Oh, so the air conditioning units have heat pumps in them?
What we spec'd out.
Oh, cool.
So that will cut down on the furnace usage?
Well, what we could do is you could set this, it's not meant to overtake it, because the building is too old, there's no insulation. A new house works differently. But if you take and set the heat at a little bit lower, when the staff is here, you could use those and keep the heat at a constant to keep the building warm. But
But does reduce the burden of the main system.
it would it may reduce the oil usage, but you may increase your electricity.
Yeah.
So.
Electricity's more expensive.
Right now.
Did somebody make a motion?
I did.
Yes.
Gary did.
Was there a second?
Discussion?
Did we have somebody second that?
Well, it seems that the,
Okay, guys, enough with the truck. We're not sick.
No, we're just trying to understand.
it seems that the maintenance needs of the town are never ending, so I hate to see us go a year without putting something into here. Something's gonna break, something's gonna go wrong beyond what we already know, including all of these air conditioning units. So I don't think we should pass a year on this without putting
We
money
need
in.
another 80,000, more than doubling the fund?
Cheap, I wasn't,
65 of it is the air conditioners and the heating units.
how much?
65,000.
65,000.
65,000.
65.
So then they're only bringing it back 15,000 on top of the 50 that's in there. Not much.
Question? So since we have two articles both funding the same fund, if one passes and the other fails, does that mean that the one that failed, that purpose cannot be expended
Correct.
from the fund?
Correct.
So, okay. So if both of them get no's, they could potentially, no, they can't use the fund at all for any purpose, right? Not only these two purposes, but any purpose.
But there's money in the fund.
Right.
You're just not adding anything to it.
Can
So there'd
you
be no
expend
air
from the fund?
conditionings, the rot will continue on the town hall and everything else.
So,
Yeah.
so you could expend the fund for other purposes.
It's
but-
government building and maintenance fund, so specifically what it was set up for, we can expend.
Without
But
a
if there's
vote.
nothing, if there's nothing added to it, then we have $50,000 to spend on all the buildings.
So if you need to, obviously you need to fix the septic issue here, you could be able to, without these articles, or even with these articles, take money out of that to fix that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're just putting money in it for this specific purpose, and we divided it just because everybody likes to know what we're doing for projects, so I tried to be explicit with the government buildings in general, and then the continuation of the town hall work is the next one.
So let's say that this one passes and then the town hall doesn't pass. That means that you can do the AC project, but you can't do the town hall project without asking again?
No, unless you wanted to take it out of the 50, but I can't see us doing that. So we probably will leave it alone, which is too bad, but I get it.
They could, but it's their choice. Yeah.
There's still $50,000.
So this is not a no means no issue?
There's still $50,000 in already today.
Right,
If I had no warrant articles, I had $50,000 to spend.
right.
So if you don't put any more money in it, I still have $50,000 to spend.
They can
So the explanation of what it is to be used for is really ancillary to the,
Well, no,
It's
they're
kind
asking
of
for more
what's,
money for it.
it's,
Right.
what's in the article I thought was explicit to what we want to do. It's very explicit, and that's why it's separated so that it's not
well, it
a
says
big
for the
number.
purpose of, not like with the expectation of, you know what I mean?
Purpose is a purpose.
You're making a commitment to the voters that if they pass this article, the 34,000 will be used for
At the town hall, just like we did for the bell
And if we
tower.
pass Article 17, if they pass Article 17,
it was
the
50,000.
85,000 will be used to replace air conditioning units,
And the balance would go in for
and the
unforeseen.
balance goes
yes.
into the general.
That's exactly what we'd use it for.
They're
But
making a commitment.
yeah.
And I don't know whether it's legally binding, but if they make a
My
commitment,
question is,
they're
if we
gonna
tell
follow
them,
it.
no, we don't want that, can they use the money that's already in there to do it anyway?
Yes.
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 I don't think this is one of those no means no kinds of situations.
That was my question. Okay, thank you.
Further
I feel like we're
discussion?
in a circle on that one.
Call for a vote. Yeas?
Seven,
Noes?
6. Wait, who didn't vote? Did I count wrong?
So that's
No,
13.
7 and 6 is 13 minutes.
Oh, man, it's getting really late. Thank you. Wow, barely.
Do you need a blurb for this?
Yes, because we haven't had, well, I can copy the government building and maintenance blurb that we've used before.
Yeah.
What does it say?
The one from 2 years ago says, "The committee believes that holding $75,000 in this fund is a well-established historical standard to fund unexpected maintenance issues in many of our aging town structures. The fund's current balance is about $66,000, which it's not. In response to the Finance Committee, oh, that's different. It said the Board of Selectmen reduced their original proposal. We can eliminate that. This would bring the fund's balance up to an acceptable level."
Yeah, because right now the fund's at 50,000, if I got this right, and we want to add 80,000 to it, so 50,000 was an acceptable level from what we did.
We said we thought 75.
75,
was
and now
acceptable.
we're jumping it to 130, so
Yeah, but she's
we
gonna-
don't want to
But
just.
they have a
You're
specific
committing to-
project.
you're
What you're
committing
saying
to
is the
spend the
blurb
money.
is incomplete.
You have to put that in
Yeah,
there.
and actually, the explanation is right in the article, and
Right.
that's gonna appear in the mailer anyway.
Right.
So, you know, the fact that it's, it's a building and maintenance fund, and it's to do the items listed in the article and have a reserve of $60,000 after the completion of those projects.
That makes sense. This article ensures that the fund will maintain a balance after the completion of these projects, an acceptable balance.
$60,000.
Should the blurb address the issue of taking money out of the unexpended fund balance, unreserved fund balance?
I think it should.
It should, because the taxpayers don't know.
Well, because that
Yeah,
6
part of
cents
the
is not
disclosure.
entirely honest. Well, it's not entirely straightforward. I would prefer to see tax impact be the difference between if you if you approve this article, here's what your tax rate will be. If you don't approve this article, here's what your tax rate will be. Subtract the two, that should be the tax impact. But they get, it isn't that straightforward because the unreserved fund balance doesn't have to be used to offset taxes. The fact that they normally do is an expectation, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we'll get this money back if we vote no on this article.
Correct.
So that's why I
kinda hard
agree
to
with
put
it
it
saying
in.
6 cents on the warrant, but we should explain that if you vote it down, that money will most likely be used to offset taxes, because that's been the historical precedent.
I think it'd be hard to do that in the mailer, but maybe at the deliberative session.
I think it's easy to do it, Mailer.
It's
You're pretty
easy to
good with
do.
word stuff.
Yeah.
I know, but we're gonna have a.
The majority of people do not go to
Have a warrant
deliberative
article to
session.
increase the cost of the mailer here pretty soon.
Yeah. It's important, and since the majority of people do not go to deliberative session, the mailer gets most of the people in town, and they need to have, for sake of transparency, as much information as we can give them.
So I didn't have anything written for that yet. I was just patching up what I already had.
Yeah.
What do you wanna say, Matt? I mean,
No, I think your comment, you need to do the arithmetic at home, but I think your comment about if this passes, here's one thing, and if it doesn't pass, here's another thing, probably.
Right.
Is the way to express that.
The only information
Because
I need is the town's net assessed value.
It's in here.
8 what?
877,333.
Okay. Thank you.
8,700 equals a
800.
penny. Roughly.
Usually just divide the dollar amount by that and get the,
All I did was take 50,000 divided by 877,333.
yeah.
You ready to read that back, or no?
No, but I'll add to it tonight. You can look at it when I send it out.
Okay. Charging off to Article 18. God, government building and maintenance is busy.
Well,
Isn't this one where we have appropriated money last year for this?
no, the appropriated money last year for the bell tower.
Bell tower.
Actually appropriated it the year before, I believe, didn't we?
Yes.
And
Is the
then
bell tower done?
the
Yes.
bell tower is
Yeah.
done now.
Looking
yes.
pretty good.
And they actually put back the 3.
Yeah.
What do you mean, the three?
1838, or the,
Or
whatever,
whatever
it was
it
one of
was.
those letters.
I thought it was an
had
8.
fallen off.
Yeah.
8 had been missing for a long time.
Mm.
Yeah, I carried that around for a while. Bob had it at the fire station for a while, and I finally gave it to Naomi so it wouldn't get lost.
But we've been putting a lot of money, the town has, over a period of years, into
We
restoring
have.
this building, from the doors to the bell tower and now glazing and so forth.
Thing
I
is
don't know if there's a lot more to be done,
Sure is.
but is there,
Yeah, this building has aged because we, like a lot of things, we didn't, for a while, we didn't do annual projects on it. The glazing,
That's
the
beyond
windows panes are about to fall out. I can tell you that because it's my balance point during exercise class, and I've seen the glaze up close and personal. Though you can't open the windows, all the weights are gone, so you can't open the windows. That's another issue. The town sign, everybody sees that it represents where,
Yeah,
and
this is just the sign on the building, just.
Oh, it's not
there-
the-
no,
okay.
No, that's a whole, that's coming, that's already paid for.
oh, please,
So,
yes, say yes. And the corner trim, when you look at it, the paint is peeling off in big chunks, exposing bare wood.
It's probably gonna need a whole paint job soon, too, the
Mhm.
the building.
I move we approve this, to recommend this?
Second?
Further discussion?
Question, is there any money in the Mildred Hall Fund?
We should just
Was-
have a
was-
height chair up here for you.
Was the Mildred Hall Fund dedicated to specific buildings, any town building, were
It
there restrictions on
included,
it?
it included the town hall because they did use it for some of that.
Okay.
Why wouldn't we use that fund and run everything through it?
Well, because the amount dedicated to the town hall was $50,000, and a lot of that has been used already.
It has, okay.
I don't know.
So this was specifically, the Mildred Hall Fund that we're talking about now is specifically for the town hall?
She had 50,000 for the town hall, 50,000 for Clinton Groves
Right.
Academy, and then the big amount was more of a general fund that the committee takes care of, Mildred Hall Committee.
So
I think it's like 17,000 left.
That's not much.
I think that rather than subtracting that from this or considering it, this, to me, if you look at those windows, I question that they're gonna be able to do the project for this amount of money, so they may have to go elsewhere to find something if they wanna do it in 1 year. Those windows are in terrible shape.
But if the selectmen needed another $10,000, could they take it out of the Mildred Hall Fund, out of the
We have
17?
They would have to go to the
14,581.
committee and ask for it.
Right, but
Is that again, I'm sorry?
We have 14,581 in the Mildred Hall for town hall.
Well, it could. Actually, that's already appropriated to town hall, so you would not have to go to the committee for
No,
that.
that's the town hall.
So the selectmen, if they needed extra money, if you're right,
They could.
and it turned out to be 44 rather than 34, they have a source of funding.
There's another part of that fund that's general.
This is all of our funds. So,
I don't understand why they don't appropriate 14,000 right off the bat from Mildred's fund and reduce the amount they're taxing the taxpayers. This is we have a lot of warrant articles this year. Last year was high on the impacts for the taxes, both school and town. And this year is not getting any easier. There were a lot of people moving out of town last year. I gotta say, we're about finances, and we have to look at everybody, not just a small part of this. This building eats a lot, and perhaps there needs to be a plan of whether you can get the Historical Society involved, or you do a separate fundraising thing, because this building, from what I'm hearing, is a mess. It's going to be a heavy financial drain on this town.
This
And
building, or
the-
that.
The
town hall?
The old town hall.
And I don't know, I haven't seen a solid game plan on what the final costs are to bring that thing up to it not being the mess that it is right now. I'm concerned if you keep coming back, it's a drain. And when you have something that keeps siphoning off of people, it's not necessarily, it needs to be handled differently. We need to come up with alternate plans, so I'm not a fan of this.
Well, part of it, excuse me, go ahead, James.
The building does generate at least a little bit of revenue from rentals of the space. So I don't know exactly what it is.
$25.
Well, I meant overall, not not per hour.
we're having a public hearing to raise the fees, so. So we've got a public hearing scheduled to raise the fees.
Okay.
But one of the
Those
things-
windows, I mean, I don't think they've even been washed in 12 years.
That's what's holding it together.
Hmm? No, but seriously, they're,
4:30 comes early.
they're so deteriorated, it's incredible. Frankly, I think they should be replaced myself.
Oh my God, can you mention the cost?
I know, it'd be a big cost, but you wouldn't have the wind blowing through.
So a building is no different than the fleet that Benji's talking about. If you don't maintain the building, it's not vinyl sided, it doesn't have plastic and AZEK trim. So if you don't maintain it, you're gonna have the same problem that you have with the vehicles, which is you're gonna pay now or pay later.
I think
Either
Lori-
way, you're gonna pay.
I think Lori wasn't disputing that. I think she was saying, is there another way to fund this?
Yeah.
And so one of the things we could do is to recommend against this and ask the selectmen to take, of the 34,000, to take 10 out of the Mildred Hall Fund and then 24 from taxes. I mean, that's another way to get the job done and reduce the burden on taxpayers, since there is another source of funding that was set up specifically for this building.
So if that, and if you could help me, because it's my first year, if that were to happen, and we vote against it tonight, what happens after that?
If we vote against it tonight, this will go before, at the deliberative session, this article will be up, and either the selectmen could move to amend it, or we could move to amend it to say, whatever distribution we wanted from whatever fund we wanted. It can be amended on the floor. Once it's assuming that amendment passed, then we as a finance committee would go back, as we always do for every article that gets amended, and all other articles too, for that matter, if somebody has a change of mind, and do our recommendation. And so, the article's been changed. Before we not recommend it. Now with the change, what's your opinion? And we'd have a vote, just
So
like
we
we're doing
can
now.
recommend against before deliberative, and then afterwards say we
Yes.
now recommend
Yes.
for.
Yep, and we update the blurb too before it goes out in the mailer.
Right.
Yes,
Now
we
I
are
know why
allowed to.
Matt stood up so many times at
Yeah,
delivery
we
session
get to change our
something.
minds.
Why?
I'm just joking. Thank you, Neil.
I'm going to withdraw my motion. Which was to recommend. And that only is valid if the person who seconded also withdraws
Oh,
his
absolutely.
or her second. I don't know who seconded it.
don't know.
I did.
You
I,
did.
Oh,
I think,
James did.
I think we could still vote on it
Yeah.
and decide whether, if it fails, then we can vote to not
Fair.
recommend, or we can just leave it as,
You're right.
we're voting on it, and if it fails to recommend, then we automatically don't recommend it.
Yep. That's fine.
You do like that. Wow.
If the motion fails, the next motion would be to not recommend.
Right. Otherwise, we have no input on it.
Right.
Yes.
it automatically is not recommended.
No,
No, we have to.
No,
vote.
you.
We have to-
he-
we have
they're
to
right.
vote.
Not exactly the same as recommending against, right?
our process has always been, we take an
Yeah.
affirmative vote on whatever the
Right.
motion is.
Otherwise,
Okay.
nothing happens.
Even
So
if the
wait,
motion
what's
is
the new
negative.
Vote
motion?
to
The motion is to recommend.
It's still
Yes.
the same motion.
Yeas, raise your hand.
1, 2.
Nays?
Okay. 9 to, or
I hope that
2 to
happens.
9.
2 to 11, right?
No, that's, yeah, the.
Correct.
Anyone
Yes,
abstain?
still doing the math wrong.
Now we need to
I
vote
move we not recommend this article.
second. No, it's
No,
the way it's done.
So we're voting to not recommend?
We're
Correct.
voting.
It
to
has
not
actually
recommend.
happened in the past where both motions failed, and then we had no recommendation whatsoever.
Yes, that's
I
true.
just want
And
to make
that's
sure.
possible. We just say we have no recommendation.
Right, that's what we had.
Vote to yes to not recommend the article.
It'll be the same way.
Probably, unless someone wants to
Well, you're
abstain.
Unless you're
I thought we were on to
James
the
abstaining.
next one.
Nope. Okay.
Are we 13?
Opposed to not recommending? Okay, same.
Well, there's only one. You're not recommending, right?
I'm not
Or are you raising your hand? I'm trying to figure out which.
I'm not recommending to not recommend.
Right.
Okay.
Was it 2 abstentions or is it 11?
So what was the vote?
So what'd we come out with as a
11 to
vote?
2?
Okay,
Do we have to write a blurb if we're gonna write an
Yes.
amendment?
yes.
No, we don't say
No,
that.
we don't do anything with that.
All right, so.
We have to say something at deliberative
Yes.
session.
Yes, but,
We already
yes,
say
but
no.
we're not, in our blurb, we're not putting down that we're going to write an amendment.
Oh, no.
No, not at all. Has nothing to do with anything.
No, but we should explain why we voted,
Correct.
and that would include the fact that we believe there's another source of funding that would not cost the taxpayers money.
Yes. And you said
Or part
that
of
so
it.
well, you can help Matt with
Yeah.
that.
Well, let's zip through these next 3,
Yeah.
4.
So previously, we've said the committee believes maintaining the Old Town Hall is important in preserving the historical character of the town.
That's good.
Then I added, this article continues the ongoing repair efforts on this historical town building.
This article would continue,
Yeah, would.
continue
The ongoing repair efforts on this historic town building.
However, the committee
However-
believes that rather than put the entire burden on the taxpayers, there is another source of funding available, the Mildred Hall, whatever it's called, that could be used to pay for part of this cost.
I would suggest that we just say, is another possible source of funding,
Rather than naming it.
rather than naming it. yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't object to 3410, you know,
But
what,
shouldn't we say it's a trust fund to make it clear that it's not taxpayer money?
I think
Yes.
we could say public-private.
Well, you can
Private fund,
name it the
private,
Mildred
whatever.
Hall Trust.
Tom suggested that we name it, I'm not sure why, but
That's what it's there for. It's her
A
name.
combination of public and private funding. Or
Yeah,
taxpayer. and
But they
private.
should have a
At
right
this
to know
point in the
what fund
night,
it is.
put down whatever you want.
Yeah,
We've
they
got
should
3
know what-
easy ones
what
coming up here.
fund They should have,
Yeah.
it's about letting the taxpayers know where the
And
money's
we
coming
got
from.
2 at the end, it's gonna take a little more time.
Can we postpone those?
But the end got
till next
postponed, I
week?
thought,
No.
didn't they?
Okay, Article 19,
Move to recommend.
second.
Did you see?
They're both in there.
Any discussion? All in favor to recommend Article 19?
Should we wait till everybody's at
Yeah,
the
we have
table?
people in the restroom.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
I think everybody's here.
Catch it when I get back.
If
We
it
have
were
a
a close vote,
quorum,
we'd
we're
say-
fine.
Okay.
9, 10, 11, 12 to 0.
Just make sure you put one in the bathroom.
Yeah.
We call that an extent.
Yeah, one
I
abstention.
wonder if that's abstention or just not present.
We can amend that when he comes
That's
out.
not
This
present.
should
That's
be-
what, how's it state
That's
house?
not
You-
present.
You
Mitch,
can't,
you should have a
you
blurb
can't
for this
abstain and
already,
leave.
yes?
This,
Yes.
yeah.
An unexcused absence.
Article 20,
Article
Move
20,
to recommend.
second. Any discussion, other than you always say no?
no, I've gone both ways on this over the years.
I've always gone no.
We have way too high a tax bill this time.
Exactly, and so for that reason, I'm saying no.
I'm saying no also.
I agree with Neil. I think that it should be fundraised or something.
And we even have a blurb that says that.
The motion is to recommend.
You are willing to recommend?
Yes.
Well, he's just motioning it.
No, I didn't move it.
Oh, that's right, Tom moved it.
I did.
Lori moved.
The town to recommend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, if, I was assuming this was gonna zip right through, so I think we deserve some discussion on it
Okay.
if it doesn't seem overwhelmingly in one way or the other. And,
Okay.
maybe there is no discussion. I just think that it's part of the town's tradition and that it's been supported year after year. I think I can only remember one year when it wasn't supported, and that we should continue the practice.
I like it because it's one of the few times people in town actually get together and do things. The
And-
town has supported this over and over again, even when the finance committee has not. And we are running close votes on a lot of things that, you know, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to do something that the taxpayers continuously vote for.
Just, may I make a general comment? When we look at the page for tax impact, we've got to understand that not every one of those impacts is a tax increase. Because, for example, if we bought a $220,000 dump truck last year, and we're buying a $220,000 dump truck this year, then that's a constant. So yes, it has a 25-cent impact, or whatever it was, but it did last year too. So it's not like an increased impact by that amount. If you look through there, road reconstruction, very small increase, that $20,000. So you look at $480,000 this year, last year, $500,000 this year. So whatever it says in there for tax impact, that's for the total amount. That's not the increase from one year to another. So I think to get a better idea, you have to look at each of these and say how many of these are an increase and how many of them is just a repeat of a last year's article.
Or it's a decrease if you vote it down, though, right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Well, that's true.
But you said it was 114? A $1.14
Yeah.
increase?
Over the default.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not
what
over
was it
last
over
year's.
last year's budget?
Oh, I didn't do that math.
$1.17 I got.
You got a $1.17?
Yeah. And we don't know. We've put a lot of houses online this year. So we don't know how many occupancy permits are going to be issued between now and when they set the tax rate. But there's been a lot of construction, so
Well,
our revenue is not set.
April
We
1st
don't-
is the date.
But it never is.
No.
It's
but-
always indefinite.
But we had a flat line for a while on building, and we don't now. They're building everywhere.
And the price on some of these.
Move the
buildings are
question.
going-
Wait, can I?
No, no, remember, I'll take it back.
Too fast.
An alternative viewpoint, I think that when the Finance Committee recommends this article, despite large increases or large recommendations, it kind of undermines the credibility of the Finance Committee. Because people may look at us and say, well, they just recommend everything, even frivolous things like fireworks. To your point, it's going to pass anyway because the town wants it. But I think it looks really bad for the Finance Committee to say, yes, when we're saying yes on basically everything else?
I don't know, I think when your taxpayers are telling you that they want certain things continuously over and over, they're sending you a very clear message of what they want. And, you know, we're supposed to be thinking about the taxpayers.
Question? What was the tax rate last year?
Or,
can you tell us?
No, I don't, I think Naomi can tell us, because what we're saying, what Chris is saying is we're having, if we pass all of this, it's $1.17 over last year's rate, is that correct?
Well, don't trust my math, but, yeah, this is what I got. This was last year's numbers.
Again, that includes the offsets, and this doesn't.
Exactly, because what I worked off of, this sheet has revenues on it, and I used the town's revenue projections. And then I took this amount and spread it out, and I came out with this number, which was under 3%. Now, I don't know if I did this right, but
I don't know if someone else has done it, but don't we need to know what the percentage increase is going to be in the tax rate if whatever it is we do is approved by the voters? Because we write an introductory blurb to this, and that's some of the information we give them.
right.
I was gonna do that tonight before I mail this out.
We did, Neil, we did that this week, because first of all, we have a lot more to do next week, that on. And second of all, we take time to actually calculate it. I mean, you're right. I don't think it's as simple as what you've been hearing here.
Okay, maybe perhaps Naomi can help us do that.
It's on the front page.
There you go.
What front page?
The front page.
2019 town tax rate
Right in the
4.43.
Very fresh cover.
Right there.
20%.
That's what I had. And Matt said no, he doesn't like that because
Get to the-
443 has offsets.
Right, you
in it.
can't compare those two numbers, is what I'm saying. Unless the 511 includes revenue, but you said it doesn't.
It does. Take it, you write one page before you warrant, and I'm not working off something that's numbered. One
That's-
page before you warrant. Sorry, I don't have mine numbered.
Yes,
Okay.
page
So
23.
go and look at that, and
Right.
it has all your revenues, it has the total less revenues. So if you look at it, go down the line, it has all of your revenues. Because you got the fitness equipment, you've got the 37.5, you've got the capital reserves, you've got the conservation, you've got the 5,000 even from Inison. So your total impact, if everything passed, is 511.
Okay.
And that's your, that would be your tax rate, so it's 68 cents
Got it.
But the 443
is your
from,
tax rate.
but that 44.3, and this is Matt's point, was after the selectmen in last year took $50,000 out of the unreserved fund balance and put it to offset taxes. Is that not right?
That's right, but 443 is a known number, you all paid 443.
Right.
Right, so let's move on from 19, because you paid 443.
Right.
If you vote for everything, it's 511, so it's 68 cents, because she does show the revenues.
15%.
But this doesn't include the unreserved fund balance, right?
If the selectmen decided to use 200,000 of the 322,000,
Yeah,
then that would lower the 511.
we didn't tell you that in March, how much we were gonna use when we said it in October either.
Correct.
Right. But the
So-
443 has that reduction in it, and the
Yes.
511 doesn't.
Right, that's correct. So
So, but the 443 is a real number that you
Oh,
paid
yeah.
for, that's not gonna
Correct.
change.
Right, right.
If you really vote for everything, it's around $5.11.
At a
We could be,
maximum.
we could be offsetting to meet 443 with what's left. I
Right.
don't know. That's
So-
an October decision, and we're talking about now.
Revenue might be higher as well, right?
Your what?
Your revenue might be
she's
higher.
saying
too.
is
Your revenue could be
Offset.
higher, your
Right.
net assessed evaluation will change, there's a
pointed
lot
out
of
it's not quite
factors.
apples
It's
to
68 cents, which he
That's the
said
only thing we
represents
have.
a lot
all we ever
when you're
go
looking
on.
at a little.
Right, guys,
And
we
that's
could
a
have one
15.3%
conversation I can't follow too.
Could we please?
So
went
we
through
could
this
match
last month.
443, of course, but I don't know that right now because all those numbers, even that 321 is an unaudited number.
Yeah.
We haven't had our audit yet either.
Since this article is gonna have such a big impact, could we just vote on it?
I
Yeah,
was just gonna say,
the motion is
To recommend.
recommend.
to recommend.
Call for a vote. Yes?
We're on the
Fireworks.
Fireworks.
$6,500, 20.
Fine.
Sorry.
yeah, 4.
Noes?
Motion fails.
What's the vote?
5 to 8.
I move we not recommend.
Second.
I don't know, get it.
You have to have a
You
positive
have to have a
result.
positive result.
So if it's,
So you wanna vote no?
Don't
Okay.
even go there.
I just,
I don't think it's right.
If
but
you
let's not
voted
go
yes,
there.
then you have to
Just
vote
vote
it
no.
just doesn't make any sense.
If a motion fails, nothing happens. It's as though no one ever made the motion.
Believe it.
There's no change.
I sit in the house, I know this works. It sucks.
Okay,
It can go forever.
I'm not running for office then.
Motion to
If
not
you look,
recommend
No,
the
I got it.
article. Yeas?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Noes?
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
I'll be doing it.
That's 5.
There's
That's a
nine,
5.
I think.
What?
It's a different number, that's 5.
Oh, you voted this time?
I voted the first time also.
Why did I only? Oh, I didn't. I'm doing it right. It's just very sleepy, and I've done a lot of.
would it help if you looked at the, Tom?
Go ahead.
Would it help if you looked at the document, the articles that the selectmen have, and you notice the bolded type, it says recommended by the Board of Selectmen?
Yes?
There will be a comparable language that says recommended by the Finance Committee.
Yeah, Neil, I've voted before. I got it.
So,
I got it.
okay.
All
Just-
right, Article
It
21.
says, it would say not
Blurb.
recommended.
I got it. I got the point.
Do you have the blurb?
Previously, it has said providing fireworks is not a critical function in support of town operations. The committee believes it would be more appropriate to fund this through private fundraising.
Good.
Yes.
Nope.
I've never seen them, and I've lived here 10 years.
The problem, and I know it's too late now, but if,
Can we
without
keep
the
going?
Now we
fire,
have to move on now.
Okay.
without the fireworks, they won't have the carnival because they
I've
won't.
never gone to
come.
that either.
You can come with me next year.
Didn't get voted, they
Yeah,
did.
It's gonna
They
pass,
raised
don't worry about it.
Right, it's gonna pass.
Sorry about that.
Fun Center,
Okay, Article 21.
Move
This,
to recommend.
this is moot, so second.
Yeah, I'll second.
Discussion. Call for a vote. All in favor, yes, no, yes?
Oh.
Unanimous?
For that, we have, the committee believes the professional management of the town's forest is a wise use of resources to the continuing benefit of the town. This article is funded out of the town forest account and has no tax impact.
Article 22.
Move we recommend.
We gotta be-
Second. You can have it.
Sure.
Discussion. Call for a vote. All in favor, raise your hand, yes? Unanimous, yes?
No.
No.
Was not unanimous.
Who's, we down one, two,
One opposed,
opposed?
Was it 1 or 2?
1 or 2.
Just one?
One, just one.
What was the,
I'm gonna step out
what was the vote on that one?
so that you guys can.
The blurb says,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
the committee believes that having funds available to purchase land to add to the town forest helps to foster the rural character of our community. This article is funded out of the town forest account and has no tax impact.
Coming back, I got one more to do.
Just so everybody knows, this is an authorization to spend. Unless the Conservation Commission comes up with a good piece of property that they want to buy, they don't spend the money.
Which they
So-
didn't this year.
Right, so
Just
every
last
year we authorize this, and some years they spend it, some years they don't.
Okay, Article 23.
Move to recommend.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, before we go further on this, I do want to ask the committee to vote on this. The people.
No, I want to have a discussion. I don't want to vote.
Oh,
No,
this
no,
is,
no,
this
no,
is,
she's
this is
having a
something
different
else.
vote. Wait.
Going on something different.
Well, I'm
And that
confused.
is, are we,
Oh, I'm sorry.
people who have signed this petition, are we comfortable with them voting? And I'm not taking sides one way or the other, I'm just asking the committee flat out, yes, no?
I'm one of those who signed the petition, and if I can't vote, I think you're denying me my ability to both participate in this committee and participate as a citizen. One of the reasons for signing the petition was to bring this issue before the committee. So we have to decide it. Now, I have a position on this, which is obvious, but you'll be surprised by my vote. But it's absolutely inconsistent, not inconsistent. It would be very unfair for the committee to say that anybody who signs a petition can't vote on this committee. I think Dennis is wrong to walk out.
Yeah. I agree. I don't know why Dennis
Yeah.
didn't stay. I don't think he has to
He doesn't have
recuse
to leave.
himself.
Well, I think you made it feel like you had to, Lori.
Okay.
So, no, I think that's why you did.
I mean, I take an opposite view on the article, but
Maybe not.
maybe not. I don't know.
Can we discuss?
Ricky,
Should we
could
bring
you
him
go
back?
find Dennis, please, and tell him that he does not need to recuse himself?
He's probably going to anyway, he just abstain, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, Right.
It's personal choice. Yeah. He wanted to step away.
Okay.
He can still sit here. He doesn't have to.
We'd
Yeah,
say
he
bad
doesn't
things in
have
front
to
of
pull
them.
off.
You wanted a break.
All right, so
How about
is the
you?
committee
Wanted to
in
get home
agreement
10
with
minutes
this?
early.
I just had to
Yes,
throw it
I am.
out there because it would be wrong if I didn't. So if we're all good with this, that's
Do
fine.
we need to vote on this, or are we good?
Do we want discussion?
No, I
Discussion?
think
No,
you're
this
still
is
talking
about-
about your thing, right?
Yeah, do I need to take it to a vote, or can we
That's
just?
your call. I'm fine with, we're doing, we're.
Dennis,
I've
He said he's not
recused
going
myself,
to.
so I'm not gonna be
That's his
contributing
choice.
to the recommendation of the board.
Okay.
So, I reserve that right. Thank you.
Okay, so do we feel we need a vote on this, or are we fine?
You're just voting on whether or not to have the
Correct,
petition signers participate.
correct.
I move that they do participate.
Can I vote on this?
I second.
Second it, yeah, okay.
Don't you usually vote for yourself?
Okay,
I
so
do.
we've got a second, we've already had discussion, all in favor say yes.
Fine,
Aye.
it's fine.
Nays? Okay. Now that we have that out of the way,
Well, I'll go back and move to recommend again.
okay,
I'm going to
Wait,
second.
oh, can I ask a question?
yes.
When the chief got up and spoke, did he, I'm not, it wasn't clear to me if he disagreed with the numbers.
He's opposed to the whole thing.
He
He's
just,
opposed to the whole thing.
He
Okay,
put it
so
very
wasn't-
politely.
okay,
Yeah.
Yes.
So it was, okay.
So I'd really appreciate a group discussion on this, because I'm seeing both sides of the argument, and I think they both made compelling arguments. I completely see Dennis's point. I think if the chief had done CIP accurately, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So because of, geez, I want to be careful, because his projections were not as close to real as they could have been based on what he presented tonight, that's caused the petition to come to light. So pretty much the data that he brought this evening was reactionary. So I can appreciate the intent of the article, but I can also appreciate the real facts, which I believe that what the chief brought forward tonight were real numbers. And without splitting hairs, for the most part, I can see the increase in costs. So I get that we have to spend that money. I'm concerned with the number, the 125 number. Is that the real number? And the reality is, yes, we could start billing more for the patients. Yes, we could have to buy a piece of equipment and not have enough money. But I don't think there should be a giant sum of money in there either. I'm just not confident in the numbers here. I think the intent is correct. I'm not comfortable with the numbers. And so,
Oh, Keith?
So, I'll address some of your points, they're good points, but I want to start somewhere else. The chief is making a point that this money is coming in for a purpose, the purpose being to split the ambulance. And yet, that's not the only purpose he wants to expend the money for. He wants to expend the money for the fire trucks as well. So, if you're gonna follow that logic, why shouldn't the trucks come out of there, the plow trucks and everything else? I get the idea of capital reserve funds. I don't get the idea of a specific capital reserve fund for one department because they happen to have a source of revenue that the other departments don't have. So I really don't think his argument about we can't afford fire trucks from our ambulance monies holds water, unless he's gonna say we need to be buying all of our capital equipment that way. Now, regarding the raising the rates, that's really, I mean, you're right, everything you said was true, but it's not really relevant as far as the numbers go. Because what you gotta remember from that spreadsheet that Dennis showed us, that's not showing the amount that's coming in. That's showing the amount by which he is letting the amount that, the maximum amount they can take out grow. The chief told us that he expects within a couple of years, the revenues to be up like 20%. And that's 20% higher than better years, which are the last 2 years. This year apparently was a down year, which we don't even have the full numbers for yet because the year hasn't been closed out, as I understand it. So you're talking about a much larger amount of money flowing in than what he's saying. So yes, maybe the 125,000 was the wrong place to start, but it was based on valid data provided by the chief in a formal situation, and he can argue that the CIP doesn't vet the numbers, but it's not up to them to vet the numbers. He is the guy who provided the numbers. So it can be amended at deliberative session, but I think the point is valid, that there's no reason that this town should be putting millions of dollars into one particular fund for one particular department and not, leave Benji high and dry, for instance, or the police, which are both of which have large capital requirements, especially Benji.
The departments in this town used to have capital reserve funds. We had them for highway. We have had them here. And we've had people take those funds and dissipate them for just your usage of the taxpayers' one-time only windfall. And the result is we are in the mess we are with the highway department. If you're fiscally responsible in your personal budgets, generally you have savings accounts and investments. If the town does not take the stance, and this is the charge of the Board of Fire Wards also, to put aside monies, and the taxpayers have actually voted for the Board of Fire Wards hugely, very large vote, and they have voted to support how this fund is used and what they're doing with it. I do not understand why we would want to undermine something that is working exceptionally well, something that is not trying to prevent stockpile money, and something that the taxpayers have made very clear that they want. I do not ever want to be, and I'll be very honest, I had to use the emergency services, and not for myself, but for my husband. I don't want to be the person that because we have a truck down, they can't get to my house in a hurry. I don't want to be that person. The taxpayers made it very clear last year, and they have every year. They support this. They want this. Emergency services is one of the most important things you can have. We got 3 departments, highway, PD, and fire. They are the drivers of your town. Without them, you've got nothing. So if you go down this slippery slope, because a certain group wants to have more money in for a short term, you're gambling, and you're gambling with other people. So I am not for this warrant article. Go ahead, Tom.
I'm not for the warrant
Neil
article
was
either.
been-
I've had my hand almost in
Sorry.
the face here. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Hand in my face, but. First of all, I'd just like to clarify, it's not a capital reserve fund. This is a special revenue fund. And so the comparison isn't there, no matter how you put it, because everything that comes out of that has to be approved by a warrant article, whether it's a fire truck or whether it's
Gear.
Fireman's gear or whatever. So it is always in the voters' hands as to what is going to be taken out of there at any time. Established 1999, so for 20 years, this has been a fixture that has helped us to not have spikes in our tax rate when it came to buying ambulances, fire trucks, or whatever, except for the one time, for a few years, when we took money out to solve an emergency problem when we had all of the fire departments from various towns, all of the chiefs sitting in the chairs there saying, "What are you doing to us? We're covering your town. Get with it, folks." So we had to come up with a solution, and the solution was to take some of those funds, we put it before the taxpayers as far as a vote to do that, to establish this per diem program, which we had for a number of years. Now the chief is moving toward a full-time staff. The per diem program is shrinking. But even before that, the voters agreed to put that money that was used for per diem into the operating budget because, as the Board of Selectmen at the time argued, it's really payroll. It belongs in payroll. And so it allowed us to reactivate that fund for its original purpose where it stands now. I think it should stay that way. I don't think the money should be used to offset taxes for other departments. It's what keeps that department functioning at the level that it's functioning. And so that is basically why I'm against this article.
Neil?
This petitioned article raises very important issues, and Keith addressed a couple of them. This town got rid of capital reserve funds for funding things, and although this is technically different, it's basically the same concept. We're putting money aside to pay off obligations that will be one-time expenses of a big nature sometime in the future. The problem with this fund, or the issue that this one rises, is that we've dedicated this to a particular department, as opposed to having a capital reserve fund into which all departments could dip when their needs arose. We decided not to do that, but yet we've done the equivalent for one department. So that's one issue. But that's not what this petition addresses. This petition says, okay, we're going to keep this fund. We're going to allow the fire department to have its own source of funding and require the police and Department of Public Works to go before the voters with special warrant articles that hit the tax rate, as opposed to this one, which doesn't hit the tax rate. So Dennis has come up with an idea that says, okay, if we're going to do that, let's just put enough money in the fund to cover those expenses. And the rest of the money should go back into the general fund to be used for other purposes, such as fireworks. Okay? The problem I have with Dennis's numbers is that we just learned tonight something that none of us knew before. And whether it was his fault or not isn't the issue. The fire chief said the numbers in the capital improvement program are wrong. It's not 400,000 so many years in the future, it's 600,000 or whatever the numbers were. On that basis, Dennis's 125,000 doesn't work. Mm-hmm. And that's why I don't think we can support this. However, should we vote this down, Dennis or the selectmen would be perfectly, or any of us,